Hey, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to see all your bright and shiny faces. And Representative Drago, you want to lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to pass on a couple things from the leadership meeting this morning. First of all, thank you so much for getting all your reports in on time. It'll be the same thing today. If you can get your reports in before we leave, that would be very helpful. And because I'm going to turn them in this afternoon. And so please get those in. And the other thing that came out this morning that I just want to just relay to you and thank you. You know, this committee's, unlike my other two committees, you know, we're on the other sides of the aisle more often than not, which is fine. And that's just the way it is. But I do appreciate that in the 2 years that we've been doing this together now, that it's been a good, healthy, and respectful discussion at all times. And I just wanted to thank you for that. That's not true in every committee. And quite honestly, I wouldn't put it up with it if it was, but I do appreciate your cooperation and making this happen in a professional manner. Any comments or questions? Any thoughts?
Sure.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's no secret that Labor is the best committee.
That is true. And despite having the Veterans Chair with us, welcome Representative Moffett, who's sitting in for this morning. Representative Flanagan, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, there is a history in this committee of civility. And I'm glad leadership in both minority and the chairman continue following that, whether it's recognizing representatives first in the debate or civility amongst ourselves, you know, controlling us sometimes. It's hard, but you guys do a great job.
No, thanks. Good. Oh, it's a pleasure. And let's get on with the business of the day. So we're going to start with the easy one today. I opened the executive session on House Bill 1150. Representative Sullivan, do you have a motion?
I do. I move ITL.
Is there a second, Representative Avalani?
Second?
Representative Avalani seconds it. Do you want to second it? You can go on record. Would you withdraw your second, Representative Avalani?
I will withdraw my second.
Representative Flanagan, do you have a second?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I second that. And I had actually talked to the sponsor and he incorporated his bill onto my bill that was an ED&A. That's the
Beautiful.
reason why I wanted to second it.
And that is most appreciated. Thank you. Would you like to talk to your motion?
Not anymore. But that's exactly what I had reached out to Representative Pearson as well, and he did indicate he was going to hitch his wagon to Representative Flanagan's bill. So no longer needed, so we can do this quickly.
Outstanding. Mr. Clerk, would you call, are there any other discussion, any other thoughts? I don't want to leave anyone off the table. Roger that. Mr. Clerk, you want to call the roll? A motion is ITL on HB 1150.
Rep. Avalani,
Yes.
Rep. Seaworth,
Yes.
Rep. Flanagan,
Yes.
Rep. Prout,
Yes.
Rep. Warden,
Yes.
Rep. Drago,
Yes.
Rep. Granger, Rep. Moffett,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Rep. Murphy,
Yes.
Rep. Sullivan,
Yes.
Rep. Cahill, Rep. DeSilvestro, Rep. Susi,
Yes.
Rep. McKenzie,
Yes.
Rep. Schultz,
Yes.
Rep. Leclerc,
Yes.
Rep. Staub,
Yes.
Rep. Lovett,
Yes.
Chair Creighton.
Yes. Is there any objection to putting this on the consent calendar? Seeing those, let's put it on the consent calendar. And Rep. Sullivan, do you want to do the blurb on this, please?
I would actually defer to Representative Flanagan if he's interested.
Representative Flanagan, would you like to do it?
I hate doing them,
That wasn't my question.
but I'll concede and do it.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Okay, so last night, I got two amendments on House Bill 1072. Did everyone receive those? Or, yeah, okay, well, you're slacking then. Did she put those out? $14.51, okay. All right, we'll see if we can get a hold of those. Mr. Allen, could you see if you can get copies of the amendments for HB 1072? That would be amendment 0376 hotel and 0429, 20 copies of each, please. Did you find them?
19-0. That last one was 20.
All right, see if you can find those. They're on there. Okay. Now, next order of business, I'd like to open the hearing on HB 1043. Representative Bree, do you have a motion to make?
I motion OTP.
The motion on the table is OTP. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
A second from Representative Avalani. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative LaBrie?
I would. As amended, this bill, I think, is a fair bill, and it allows for employees and employers to make their own deals within written policies, and we changed it to written policies. And if there are no modifications, it uses the 2-hour rule as a default. I think this bill is fair for both parties.
Representative Avalani, would you care to speak to your second?
I'll pass.
Representative Avalani passes. Are there any other comments? Representative McKenzie and then Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to oppose to pass. This came down, this has been on the books since 1985, this law. It does this, as I understand it. It allows for an employer to schedule somebody, and if they can't get a hold of them, and they decide and these people show up and they weren't notified, under the law, as I understand it, I see Representative Avalani. Am I doing something? Am I off the mark here?
No, I can't find them.
So this was passed back in '85. It was introduced by a Republican, and I believe went on to become the chair. I know he did. Went on to become the chair of the House Labor Committee. The reason for this bill initially was that he worked for a bank, and it was his responsibility to go in and shut the alarm off for 2 or 3 times during the course of the night. And so he would do that. That was his responsibility. So he basically passed this to make sure that he was paid a couple of hours to do that every time. So this has been on the books for a long period of time. And it's difficult to find out, because we don't keep track of this, how many people this has affected during the course of time. But it certainly has been used more than once by employees. Now, it says this, that if you schedule me and I show up and you make no effort to get a hold of me, and I show up there, then you need to pay me, which I think is fairly reasonable. Because now what the policy is going to be, if there is a policy, it basically is at the discretion of the employer. Now, God bless the employees in New Hampshire. There are many wonderful people in the state that run businesses, but I am somewhat skeptical that every employer in the state is going to come up with a policy to compensate their workers. And the default is we'll go to 2 hours. But all they got to do for policy is saying, this is our policy, and we make it up. And that sets this whole thing apart. So what is fair here? When you ask somebody to come to work for you, when they are at your ready, when they come into that place and they show up at the door, turn the key, what's fair? Pay them nothing? Or pay them a minimum of the 2 hours? And that's where this comes down. Now, there is relief under the Department of Labor regulations. And the relief is that if there is a regular schedule, you can go to the Department of Labor and get relief from this particular thing. You don't have to pay them 2 hours. If they're coming in, turning the key once a day for 2 hours, there's relief. You can make that arrangement with the Department of Labor. Now, one other thing I heard during the course of this was the question about remote workers and what remote workers. Well, it was said that, well, they're home, they're sitting by the computer. Now they're at your ready. But what people don't say when they mention that scenario is they had to drop the child off at the daycare. They had to get the grandmother, for instance, or the mother, can you take care of the baby today? Because I'm supposed to be working. They have to drive to some location. And in some cases, the people don't have internet, that they drive to places for internet. So the idea that somebody is just sitting around in their pajamas, and that somehow makes a difference, that's just not the case. So I think the law is fair. I think the law makes sense. I think it protects workers. And a law that's been on the books since 1985 should not, in the blink of an eye, be overturned until we know the impact that it's going to have on people. So that's my complaint, sir. That's my testimony, is that this has been protecting workers for years. There has been no big outcry from the business community about this and the application of this. We've heard some industry reps show up. But one thing we're missing here, and the reason we miss a lot of this input, is from workers. Because workers are in workplaces around the state. They can't show up here. They can't tell you that this is hurting them. And so we become their voice. And so I'm representing today, hopefully, their voice, and to say, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me and the thousands of workers who are affected by this law. Leave it on the books until we get to a time when maybe you can make an assessment of this. Maybe you have some sense of how this is impacting the workers of the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. And Representative LaBrie, you had an amendment that addresses some of this. Do you want?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, you might have amendment by now in front of you. It is 0386H.
And would you like to introduce that
As ought to pass?
as ought to pass?
Yes, I'd like to introduce this as ought to pass.
So there's a motion on the table by Representative LaBrie ought to pass on amendment number 0386 hotel, which you all have in front of you. Representative Avalani, do we have a second? We have a second. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
I would. I would just say that I heard Representative McKenzie when we had the hearing on this, and I was able to take this back to OLS and change the language in sentence 3 to accommodate at least some of his input here as an attempt, a good faith attempt, and I added the word written policy. So I think it's important that we have the word written in there so that there's no, so everything's clear and everybody's on the same page.
And
That's all I have.
Representative Avalani, did you want to speak to your second?
Just one sec, John.
No.
Representative, keep up with this. Representative LaBrie did a good job explaining that one sentence.
Okay. And Representative Sullivan, did you have a thought on this?
Not on the amendment, but on the bill itself.
Please.
The essentially, what this bill does is it takes an employee right and makes it optional. And I don't think that's right. Essentially, any employer who doesn't feel like paying the 2 hours can write a policy and just cancel it out. So I think the 2-hour minimum is a reasonable thing to provide for somebody who's commuted into to work. It ought to be there for all employees, not just some of them who don't have a written policy that cancels it. So I'm very much opposed to this.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments or discussion? Representative Seaworth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we've addressed this issue a number of times in the past. Usually it's had to do with specific requests from employee groups for exemptions, which if you read the law, we have granted some exemptions. And I'll give the example of an employee who's not impacted by this bill because they're exempt, but why that industry wanted them exempt, and that's the ski instructors. The issue for a ski instructor is that sometimes you're scheduled to come in and teach skiing students, and you might show up and there aren't students there. So an employer without the exemption would be required to pay you for 2 hours. So they're going to tell you, we want you to work for 2 hours, and no, we don't have any students for you to teach. But out in the maintenance shed, we've got some equipment that needs work. So if you could go out there and just do that for a couple of hours, then we'll pay you for the 2 hours. Well, the employees don't want that. If a guy's shown up to teach a class and there are no students, he'd rather ski for the day. And the 2 hours pay isn't the issue with him. It's the time. He's there to do ski instruction, not to do maintenance. And we've heard similar stories of non-exempt employees, for example, in the restaurant industry, where a wait staff don't want to get 2 hours of pay to not work or to do, to stack things in the back room. They want to serve tables and make their money on tips. So, no, we didn't have this time the side from employees that might be impacted by this, but we've certainly heard in the past it's not really a one-size-fits-all situation. There are cases where it makes sense in that industry not to follow this policy. Thank you.
Representative Flanagan?
I was going to make a point, but can I ask Representative Seaworth the question then? Is he supporting the bill or not supporting the bill?
I am
what
supporting the amendment, and I am supporting the bill to make sure that flexibility is available where
Those people.
warranted.
Okay. I did have a point too to make, Mr. Chairman, is that, and maybe the lawyers in OLS need to explain this better, but when you have a provision in there that says to be paid not less than 2 hours of their pay at a regular rate, it might touch what Representative McKenzie had said, but then the caveat, unless an employer has established a different written policy on any day an employee reports to work, I mean, I suppose that policy could be comp time instead of pay, or they pay you the amount and then say, hey, we'll give you extra comp time for that too. So it depends on the employer. I mean, there's an assumption that, what you're saying, Representative McKenzie, is that they're going to pay them less. And I'm just saying is, if I'm working and they're not going to pay me a reasonable amount, I say, well, you might want to find somebody else to do it because I'm going to stay home and watch the Super Bowl or something like that. So I don't know. It can go a lot of different ways. And as Representative Seaworth says, that maybe that one size doesn't fit all in the original language. So that's all.
Okay, are there any other comments? Seeing none, the motion on the table is ought to pass on amendment number 0386 Hotel. Mr. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Rep. Avalani,
Yes.
Rep. Seaworth,
Yes.
Rep. Flanagan,
This is OTPA, right?
No, this is OTP on the amendment itself.
I'm a yes.
Rep. Prout,
Yes.
Rep. Warden,
Yes.
Rep. Drago,
Yes.
Rep. Granger.
Aye.
Rep. Moffett,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Rep. Murphy,
Yes.
Rep. Sullivan,
Yes.
Rep. Cahill,
Yes.
Rep. Di Silvestro, Rep. Susi,
Yes.
Rep. McKenzie,
No.
Rep. Schultz,
No.
Rep. Leclerc,
Yes.
Rep. Staub,
Yes.
Rep. Lovett,
Yes.
Rep. Creighton, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
You're welcome. 18-2.
So on the bill as amended, are there any further comments or questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, you call the roll and the motion on the table is ought to pass as amended.
Yep. Okay, here we go. Rep. Avalani,
Yes.
Rep. Seaworth,
Yes.
Rep. Flanagan,
Yes.
Rep. Prout,
Yes.
Rep. Warden,
Yes.
Rep. Drago,
Yes.
Rep. Granger,
Aye.
Rep. Moffett,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Rep. Murphy,
Yes.
Rep. Sullivan,
No.
Rep. Cahill,
No.
Rep. Di Silvestro, Rep. Susi,
No.
Rep. McKenzie,
No.
Rep. Schultz,
No.
Rep. Leclerc,
No.
Rep. Staub,
No.
Rep. Lovett,
No.
Chair Creighton,
Yes.
11-9.
So the motion ought to pass as amendment passes on a vote of 11-9. This concludes the executive session on House Bill 1043. And before I open on 1072, do you want to hand out the,
Yes. Yep, so there's two amendments coming.
again, these were emailed out. Granted, they were a little late last night, but and I'd like to give you guys about 5 minutes to take a look at them. They're not huge changes. And Representative Labrie will go through them in a minute. Need to do those in order.
Okay.
The big one first and then the second one. You got two of them that are connected. You should have 0376 and 429, 0429.
I don't think they, did you get more than one?
So what happened? There's two amendments. The first amendment was completed, and then when the department looked at it, they said, wait a minute, you missed a couple of things. And so we did a second amendment to make sure that we incorporated everything that the department had to input.
So these don't have numbers on them, so when I'm
Upper left-hand corner, bottom line.
under the name, there's so many co-sponsors and it's, we don't see it. Okay, all right, thank you.
Are you good, ma'am?
We're only looking, oh, sorry. We're only looking at the second one though, right?
No,
Doing
we'll
both.
both be introduced and voted on.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. They go together. They will. Yes. Okay, seeing that everyone is pretty much done reading, I now open the hearing for the executive session of House Bill 172. Representative Labrie, do you have a motion to make?
I do. I motion ought to pass on 1072.
A motion on the table is ought to pass on HB 1072. Representative Amalani, do you have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
And we have a second. And Representative Labrie, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. So regarding the bill itself, I think the inspections are important, but they also ultimately keep people safe. Of course, having said that, they shouldn't be disruptive. I think business owners are fine with the compliance on this. I just think it needs to be reasonably scheduled like everything else.
And do you have a motion that you would like to make?
I do. Ought to pass on 1072.
Roger, do you have an would you like to make an motion to your amendment?
Do have two amendments here. And I would also like to make ought to pass on both of those amendments.
Let's do one at a time.
Sure.
And make your first
Yep.
motion.
So motion on amendment 0376H ought to pass.
And,
I can speak to that.
motion on tables on 0376 hotel for ought to pass. Representative Amalani, do you have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
And would you like to speak to your amendment, please?
I can. Sorry, Brian.
I'd like to do our caucus at this point.
Do you want to do it now or do you want to wait until the amendment?
I'd like to discuss these amendments. I mean, I understand what's coming, so we just need to talk about it.
Okay, that's fine. The minority leader has requested a quick caucus, which we will grant. So we'll recess for 15, 10? Okay. We'll recess and we'll reconsume when you get back. Thanks. All right, I'd like to reopen the hearing on House Bill 1072. And we have currently a motion on the table for ought to pass on Amendment 0376. And Representative LeBrie, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first amendment here we have, which again is 0376H. Basically, in listening to the testimony, we decided to strike any language that had to do with the Attorney General based on the notion of having to operate on potentially their timetable, which may not coincide with the best interest of the DOL. So this is a very simple one here where it strikes the language from the Attorney General for the attorney to collaborate with the Attorney General on these.
Are there any comments or discussions on this amendment? Representative Sullivan, sir.
Just to save a little bit of time, I'm going to comment on both amendments at once, even though we haven't gotten
Roger.
there yet. In reviewing these, I believe that both of them improve the bill. I think the taking the AG out takes a major stumbling block out of the bill, and adding in the exceptions for the timelines is also helpful. So I'm going to be supporting both of the amendments. I won't, by the way, be supporting the OTPA once it happens.
Roger. Any other comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, could you call the roll on the amendment 376 hotel?
Okay, Rep. Avalani,
Yes.
Rep. Seaworth,
Yes.
Rep. Flanagan,
Yes.
Rep. Prout,
Yes.
Rep. Warden,
Yes.
Rep. Drago,
Yes.
Rep. Granger, Rep. Moffett,
Yes.
Clerk, yes, Rep. Murphy,
Yes.
Rep. Sullivan,
Yes.
Rep. Cahill,
Yes.
Rep. DiSilvestro, Rep. Susi,
Yes.
Rep. McKenzie,
Yes.
Rep. Schultz, Rep. Leclerc,
Yes.
Rep. Staub,
Yes.
Rep. Lovett,
Yes.
Chairman Creighton.
Yes.
19-0.
The motion ought to pass on HB 0376 passes on 19-0. Representative LeBrie, do you have another amendment you'd like to introduce?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Second amendment here is 0429H. And again, in listening to testimony at the,
Second, Mr. Chairman.
sorry.
And Mr. Avalani, or Representative Avalani, I got a second. And would you like to speak to your motion, Representative LeBrie?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, referencing Amendment 0429H. This just, and again, listening to testimony and trying to accommodate the Department of Labor, they wanted to see some boilers, pressure vessels, elevators and such, and D through H on the amendment added. And we wanted to accommodate that. We listened to that, and you see it here in the amendment.
All right, and Representative Sullivan, thank you for preempting the discussion on this. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll? The motion is ought to pass on Amendment 0429 hotel.
Rep. Avalani.
Yes.
Rep. Seaworth.
Yes.
Rep. Flanagan.
Yes.
Rep. Prout.
Yes.
Rep. Warden.
Yes.
Rep. Drago.
Yes.
Rep. Granger. Rep. Moffett.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Rep. Murphy.
Yes.
Rep. Sullivan.
Yes.
Rep. Cahill.
Yes.
Rep. DiSilvestro.
Yes.
Rep. Susi.
Yes.
Rep. McKenzie.
Yes.
Rep. Schultz.
Yes.
Rep. Leclerc.
Yes.
Rep. Staub.
Yes.
Rep. Lovett.
Yes.
Chairman Creighton.
Yes,
19-0.
the motion ought to pass on Amendment 0429 hotel passes 19-0. Are there any other discussion on the motion currently on the table, which is ought to pass as amended? Representative McKenzie, and then Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. this legislation now will give 60 days for a business to resolve, first of all, 30 days to get noticed, 30 days to figure out what the remedy is and how they can respond to it. So we got 60 days. Now, if you're an employee who filed a wage claim, it would mean that you filed a claim, the employee has 30 days to look it up, and then when they finally, DOL shows up, they have 30 more days to figure things out. Now, if you're a worker and you're living on the margins, to have to wait 60 days for some determination by the Department of Labor, I think that it is challenging at best, and it is unnecessary to have to wait that long a time to do this. Now, let me note a couple of things. Recently in New Hampshire, there were 3 cases where the U.S. Department of Labor went into locations. One was the Pipe Dreams Brewery, and there were 2 for La Coretta. Now, they didn't tell them a month before they were going to show up. They went into those locations, and what did they find? They found that the employers were clipping the tips. They found in both locations, that in the 3 locations that was happening, and they were fined thousands of dollars. They took $450,000 away from the employees that were owed to them. Now, the reason that's important is you don't want to wait, if you're a wait staff, you don't want to wait 60 days for those determinations to be made. There should be a way to expedite those kinds of things so that people aren't they're living on the margins, aren't compromised because of this slow process that we currently put in place. And let me say another thing about whistleblowers. Now, we think we've got this nailed down. But the reality is that for a whistleblower, and I had something to do with passing the whistleblower law years ago, that's supposed to protect an employee. But the reality is, if you've got 60 days of this thing buzzing around in a workplace, sooner or later, that employee is going to be targeted. No question about it. If you're claiming wage things, they're going to be targeted. I don't think you can meet the test of protecting workers who blow the whistle on their employers under this current scenario. It's too long. And I'll say a couple of other things, and then I'll be quiet. I'm glad that the Commissioner, the Attorney General stuff is out. I voted for that amendment. I'm glad it's out. I think it makes a great deal of sense. But what I can't understand is this, and let me do an analogy if I could. You have a police department now, or you have everybody has their enforcement authority, but let's take the police. The police have suspected you of violating the law. Now, if you were to go to the police department and say, give us 30 days, we're breaking the law, but give us 30 days, they would say no. And then if they went to your location, they're not necessarily going to give you a whole lot of notice. And then secondly, if you're violating the law, chances are there's going to be some remedy that the police are going to propose around that. Currently, the amount of time that's being allotted here kind of ignores the fact, the statutory ability of the Department of Labor to enforce the laws. And so I think that this is a bad idea. I think if you make an analogy with the police, it doesn't work. And finally, let me say, I talked to the unemployment office, and this might be helpful to the employers. And the representative from the UI is here. And I don't think we got to the point where we can do this yet, but there is going to be a way, if we can work it out in the Commissioner of Employment Security, to allow employers to go into the database for the UI database for their employee. So you'll be able to go into that database and look up all of the wages, for instance, that you paid a particular employee. And I think I know we had some objection to things go off site and things like that, but I think this would give employees an opportunity for that. And so I hope we can, I don't know if we're going to get that done right now, but we might be able throughout the process, get something done along those lines. So, Mr. Chairman, for those reasons, I will vote against the law. And one thing, I turned the page.
No one's surprised, Representative McKenzie.
I want to make sure that stop work orders are protected. I want to make sure that the Department of Labor does not have to give a notice when they decide that something is hazardous. And the reason that was in there is because years ago, we used to drive fire trucks that were unsafe. And that was one of the reasons it was in. And then there was also questions about the construction industry as well. I just want to make sure that's protected. And they
So-
don't need to give 30 days to stop somebody from working.
So the way I read Amendment
I hope that.
429 is that particular thing is included. It is
Okay, so I
accounted
think-
for.
Yeah, so as long as that's in the testimony here, I think that's important to make sure that that's covered and they have the authority to go in and do that.
And as I read 429, the answer to that is yes. Also, as I read 376, the bottom under line 26, 27, 28, to your point, if the Department of Labor believes that there is a threat to destruction of evidence, then they are authorized to go in without the 30 days, according to sub 3, sub Charlie. And so I maybe not all of your concerns, but I do believe that this language does cover both of those contingencies. Rep. Seaworth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So just briefly, when I listened to the testimony and comparing it with the language, it is my understanding and belief that what we have now with the bill as amended corresponds with exactly the way the department operates under current law. So to me, this is just bringing the law in line with the practice, and I don't see it as a threat to any processes that are currently used and deemed necessary. Thank you.
Okay, Rep. Schultz, did you have a comment? I'm sorry, Rep. Flanagan and then Rep. Cahill.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Didn't we just pass a bill as it relates to back pay, 360-month back pay? In other words, Representative McKenzie was talking about money being taken away or whatever. Wouldn't that fall under the other RSA that we amended, where it gave 30 days for the employer to get information together in light of the fact that we're going back 3 years on back pay? Wouldn't that that law cover any misappropriation of
Rep.
trips?
LaBrie, do you have a comment to that?
I think that extended the timetable to respond. That was House Bill 1168, and that was 2 weeks ago, I think. And it was basically took it from a 10-day response time to a 30-day response time. But I don't know that it had anything to do with physically retrieving anything. It was just a response time.
Okay, but it also provided for the safety of employees' pay, didn't it?
I believe it was response time only to
Okay.
answer the
All right,
claim.
thank you.
That's all. Yep.
Thank you. Rep. Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative McKenzie raised an interesting point about wage claims, which we know are a frequent problem. And if there were an amendment excluding wage claims, I would feel somewhat better about the bill as a whole. Just because this is an important issue, and if you're denied your wages, whether you're just skirting the margins and getting by or quite comfortable, that's still the money that you've earned.
Fair enough. Are there any comments or questions on the amendment on the table, which is OTPA? Representative Sullivan.
Just briefly, I think Rep. McKenzie was quite thorough. But it was clear from the department that they tend to give advance notice as it is, but it's not restricted to 30 days. And I think if we just allowed the department to operate as they operate, everything would be fine. There's not a problem. And that way, if for any reason they feel a sense of urgency, not just the ones we've cited here, there could be another one that pops up. And if they have a sense of urgency, they can go right in. And I'd be much more comfortable just allowing them to operate the way they do now, giving notice when it's appropriate, not giving notice when it's urgent, and just let them do their thing. So I will be voting against.
All right, sir. Thank you. Seeing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll on ought to pass as amended for House Bill 1072?
Rep. Avalani,
Yes.
Rep. Seaworth,
Yes.
Rep. Flanagan,
Yes.
Rep. Prout,
Yes.
Rep. Warden,
Yes.
Rep. Drago,
Yes.
Rep. Granger,
Aye.
Rep. Moffett,
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Rep. Murphy,
Yes.
Rep. Sullivan,
No.
Rep. Cahill,
No,
Rep. DeSilvestro,
No.
Rep. Susi,
No.
Rep. McKenzie,
No.
Rep. Schultz,
No.
Rep. Leclerc,
no,
Rep. Staub,
No.
Rep. Lovett,
No.
Chairman Creighton,
Yes.
11-9.
House Bill 1072 passes, ought to pass as amended on a vote of 11-9. This concludes the executive session on House Bill 1072. I'd like to now open the executive session on House Bill 1451. Rep. Flanagan, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that we ITL.
A motion on the table is ITL for House Bill 1451. Representative Avalani, do we have a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
We have a second. Representative Flanagan, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, from the testimony that we had in the Department of Labor too, this may be redundant in that there may be already law dealing with this. So that's why I decided to make the motion of ITL.
Understand. Representative Avalani, would you like to speak to your motion?
Representative Flanagan was very eloquent.
All right, the motion on the table is ITL for HB 1451. Are there any comments? Representative Sullivan, sir.
Just for the record, there was an amendment prepared for this that would have changed the temperatures. There was some testimony saying that 80 degrees and what was the other one, 15? That they were not extreme enough, so that the amendment was changing those to 100 degrees and 0 degrees. 90, sorry, thank you. 90 and 0, so understood that you're not going to amend an ITL motion, but I just wanted to have it on the record that there was an effort to accommodate those concerns.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your input. Representative Flanagan.
Not to be argumentative, I did quickly look over this amendment, and would you believe that we race dirt bikes in temperatures higher than 90 degrees and we put out 100%?
Okay, we're not talking about the amendment
I
right now.
understand, but as far as the workload on the body, okay, to say that 90 degrees is a number that's not obtainable, it's obtainable relatively easily and on high stress levels.
All right, thank you for your input. Are there any other discussions? Rep. Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there was a lot of conversation about the heat aspect, but I don't think that it should be downplayed the training aspect. If you're mandating somebody go to training, that's 1 hour of their life that they can't spend doing something else. And if you do that on scale and you multiply that by every employee in the state, and it ends up being 80 years worth of training per year, then it better save more than just one life a year, because you're wasting one life a year. You're wasting one human life every year in training, because that's 1 hour multiplied by every single person that is taking that training that probably doesn't want to. I've been an employee. I have never once sat through a mandatory training I enjoyed. Not once in my life. I have always reviled and hated it. And looking out for the employees, they don't want to be told to drink water in an hour-long training session. I guarantee it. So on top of what everyone else has said, that's my primary reason for opposing the bill. So I'll support the ITL motion.
Thank you for your input. Are there any other comments or questions? Representative McKenzie.
Thank you. I do want to, thank Chris Mumps for putting this in this legislation. I had a little experience with heat and cold over the course of my career. I understand what it can do to somebody when you're in temperatures at 90, 95 degrees. You know, when your legs are weak and you end up with heat exhaustion, a heat stroke, or other things like that. So I'm not sure this is there yet, but I want to make sure that that I say, and I support the concept of taking care of workers, to making sure they're not put at additional risk, and to make sure that we have some policy in place going forward, whether it be through the regulations or through law, to protect employees in times when it's hot or cold, and take into consideration those kinds of variants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's completely accurate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. And first of all, I apologize for missing these past couple meetings, and I was able to watch the video, to listen to testimony, etc.
Thanks. Sir.
I would just like to echo Mark's remarks here, because I too, in construction, have been outside when it's damn hot and damn cold. And as far as training goes, no one loves, I agree with Representative Granger, no one loves this training, but maybe you learn something. Maybe you learn the signs, because you might not realize that when you're out there and you're exhausted by the heat, and you're not sure what's going on, and you drop. Maybe in that training you learn why you did, and maybe people around you will also understand what's going on and can help you. So, and I also agree with Representative McKenzie that maybe this isn't there yet, but I do appreciate it coming up and being set forth, because if we're not watching out for our employees and our people, that one life a year, yes, is definitely worth saving. So for that reason, I too will be voting against this. Thank you.
Right. Representative Schultz, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I did look into one of the examples, and that is the difference between an Amazon worker and their delivery trucks. And I believe there was a big debate about even whether or not they were considered employees of Amazon or contractors, but that's a different debate. Compared in the stories that had arisen about the really, really hot days and workers passing out and stuff like that, in part is what has inspired this national movement to change the laws, to the Teamsters, who also, a lot of them are UPS drivers, also have similar vehicles, and also on very hot and cold days. The Teamster worker that I spoke with said, in fact, they tried to get it in that famous contract that they had a few years ago, to get air conditioning in their trucks. That is not something that the company has approved in the contracts yet. But I see a post that was sent to me by one of the UPS workers, and it shows that his truck was 120 degrees on the inside. What the union was able to provide, though, were accommodations for allowing them time to drink, have ice in their trucks, a lot of other accommodations. The Amazon workers who are non-union have none of that. I think that this is an example of one of those issues that if an employee doesn't have someone fighting for them, either through the law or through a union, this is an example of one of those areas of the law that we need to stand up for the worker. No driver should be forced to drive a truck, no matter how much we need our packages, in 120.5 degree Fahrenheit. I don't know how he did it, but that's why he made a social media post about it. But that's what has inspired this movement. And at this point, I think it's 8 or 9 states that have adopted this. And that's why I'll be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your comments. So this bill is personal to me. So I've been in situations where I got 50, 60 pounds strapped on my back. I show up at fire base on the Hellman River, and I looked. They were really inventive there. They had not a clock on the wall, but a thermometer on the wall, and it read 56 degrees Celsius. And yet, we're down there and we're going on a 3-mile patrol through bad guy territory, and no one got hurt. The reason that no one got hurt is because they were trained and because the leadership was trained. And in my line of work and in Representative Moffitt's line of work, if someone gets hurt from a heat injury or, Denmark, where it's -5 degrees, snow drifts up to your waist, and you're out there for 2 weeks at a time, in the exposure. If someone gets a cold weather injury, it's the leader's fault. And the leader's the one that gets in trouble. Obviously, the person is in trouble too. So I'm very sensitive to that. I've been in that environment. I've worked in that environment for years, and I'm very sensitive to it. I don't think this bill gets us there, and so I will support the ITL motion. That's not that something should be done or not, that maybe something maybe better comes in the future, but right now, having had more than a little bit of experience with this, I don't think this bill gets us there. Are there any other comments or questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Levitt.
At my first day on the committee last week, I was privileged to see Mr. Representative Labree's workplace manual on how he does things for his workers. And it was, 3/4 of an inch thick, and there were parts in there where they were saying, it was like a training. If it's hot, this is what you need to do. I'm just wondering about the little that I know about the Department of Labor. Is there any way in which a policy or some kind of a recommendation can be made through the department for small business owners, for business owners about having such manuals and honoring the need to protect the workers?
Do you have a response to that, ma'am?
Good morning. My name is Danielle Albert. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Labor, and I'm here today with Cassie Abbott, who is the department's legislative liaison. As I understood the question, it's whether or not the department, or there's some ability through the department to have either recommendations or requirements for employers to have policies or manuals in place relative to their employee safety. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly from the manual that Representative Labree was referencing, it was a safety summary program. Did I understand that correctly, Representative Labree? So there is existing requirement through the workers' compensation statute and attendant administrative regulation that requires, in a nutshell, qualifying employers. So it's employers who have 15 or more employees working within the state. So employers who are smaller than that are not subject to the requirement, but they are required to develop these safety summary programs and then file certain reportings or paperwork with the department relative to having that program in place. So I think, if I understood your question correctly, some of that may be addressed already through those safety summary requirements.
And Representative Sullivan.
Thank you for that. And I'm just curious if there's a requirement that those safety summary documents address extreme temperatures.
Thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. The requirements for the safety summary programs are not quite that specific in that the statute or the regulations denote that you have to put this piece, hyper-specific pieces such as address temperature, address precipices that somebody may fall off of. My understanding is that they were crafted that way so that each employer who has their own unique safety concerns, dependent upon the type of employment, is able to craft a plan that fits their business. When the employers file their documentation related to those plans with the department, our safety inspectors do engage if we feel that something may be missing per statute to assist and guide the employer in correcting whatever may be deficient under existing law.
Okay, we're not reopening the hearing. This is to answer one specific question. I've got 4 people asking questions. So we're not redebating this. For the first time, Representative Cahill would like to ask a short question.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure if you could tell me if workers' comp is covering in the event that someone has a major problem after a heat stroke or frostbite and loses a hand.
It's an excellent question. Yes, so long as it meets the requirements under the workers' compensation that it is an injury that arose out of in the course of employment, but that can be covered under the workers' compensation system.
Mackenzie. You're going to do it to help this time? Great.
I don't even put my mic on. So there is also a requirement in the law that there be safety committees in workplaces. So the workers themselves can be on a labor management committee and advocate for these as well, correct?
That is correct. Also, under the workers' compensation statute and existing administrative rule, employers with 15 or more employees working within the state have to convene joint loss management committees.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, Ms. Abbott, thank you so much, appreciate it. And, yes, ma'am.
I'm wondering then, in light of this new information, if we should change if the committee would be open to changing this to an interim study.
You can. I'm not inclined to do that right now, but Representative Flanagan.
To that point, I mean, we've already got it out for employees that are, employers that hire 15 or more. I mean, it somewhat seems redundant, and I'm not saying the representative is being redundant. I'm just saying is the request seems to be overkill.
Okay. Representative Prout, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the topic of moving this bill interim study instead, we had a bill a couple years ago to study this issue, and we ITL'd that too. I think in part because of the same reasons we've heard today, that this topic is being addressed through the existing work compensation laws, through the OSHA rules, and through everything else, that we didn't really find it even necessary to study it back then, and I don't find it necessary to study it now either.
Okay. All right, so the current motion on the table is ITL on House Bill 1451. Seeing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, can you call the roll?
Rep. Avalani.
Yes.
Rep. Seaworth.
Yes.
Rep. Flanagan.
Yes.
Rep. Prout.
Yes.
Rep. Warden.
Yes.
Rep. Drago.
Yes.
Rep. Granger.
Aye.
Rep. Moffett.
Yes.
Clerk, yes. Rep. Murphy.
Yes.
Rep. Sullivan.
No.
Rep. Cahill.
Yes.
Rep. D. Silvestro.
No.
Rep. Susi.
No.
Rep. McKenzie.
No.
Rep. Schultz.
No.
Rep. Leclerc.
No.
Rep. Staub.
No.
Rep. Lovett.
No.
Chairman Creighton.
Yes.
Just for clarification, Rep. Cahill.
That was a yes.
You were a yes on that. Okay, thank you.
Good job, Mike.
Well, wait.
Okay, the motion of ITL on House Bill 1451 is passed on a vote of 12-8. And Rep Flanagan, I've got you as the, doing the report.
2 reports
Oh
now?
my gosh, well, yeah. And Rep Sullivan, do you have a,
I have to write that one before I leave.
okay. Schultz? Okay. And this concludes the executive session on House Bill 1451. I'd like to now open the executive session on House Bill 1704 FN, permitting public employees to bargain individually with public employers without intervention. And Rep Warden, do I have a motion?
Yes, sir. I move to pass on HB 1704.
And Representative Avalani,
Second, Mr. Chairman.
we have a second. And Rep Warden, would you like to speak to your motion?
We heard a lot of testimony on this bill, and I think that it strikes a nice balance between workforce and employers. So I'm sure we'll hear some more today, but I think we should move forward with it.
Okay, and Representative Avalani, do you have anything to say to your motion of a second?
I think we'll hear plenty shortly.
Roger that. Are there any comments on House Bill? Representative Sullivan, sir.
Having spent over 25 years engaged in collective bargaining on behalf of public sector workers, I find this bill to be entirely unworkable. It is a problem for both employees and employers. It puts the employer in a horrible position of, potentially engaging in intentional or unintentional discrimination as they engage in multiple negotiations with people who are doing the same work. And it simply can't work. I heard a statement during the introduction of the bill that this is not an anti-union bill. Whenever I hear that, I usually figure, yeah, it probably is an anti-union bill. And it is, because it is designed to hurt the public sector unions. So I vehemently oppose this bill.
Okay, thank you. Rep. Granger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out a really small detail. A refusal to negotiate is also negotiating. So if per my reading of the bill, if a public employer says, I don't want to deal with that, that's perfectly valid negotiation under this bill. It just means that if the employee says, hey, I got a better idea. How about I don't take the company health plan and instead I just get 200 extra bucks a month or something like that. The public employer can say, you know what, maybe. And if they don't want to do that, they don't have to, right? That's part of negotiation. If it's not free will, then it's if it's free will, then it's fine. So that's the only point I wanted to make. This doesn't force public employers to negotiate. If they don't want to, they can just say no. And that's perfectly within the bill as far as I can tell. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Leclerc?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I watched the video on this, and just kind of piggybacking on Rep. Warden, the discussion by more than, way more people was against this bill and not for it. The people that were representing their people, thousands of them, were against this bill, and I'm sure everybody got the same emails I did, over 500 of them in opposition. And the online testimony, the last time I looked, was 807 in opposition and only 21 for. And even in my emails, I had over 500 in opposition and less than 5 in support. So I don't know, maybe we understood things differently, but in my opinion, anybody in unions, and I've spoken to a bunch as well, that no one's asked for this. I could understand if people have asked for it, and maybe that was the intent of Rep. Labrie. He thought he was maybe doing something in favor of these employees, but if no one's asking for it, I don't see the need for it. So for that reason, I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Flanagan, and then Representative Stopp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all my colleagues, I'm listening, okay? But one of the things a couple of things. First of all, this bill is not well written. Okay, I had conversations with other members. What about this? What about this? And we all agreed that there are some areas that this thing could be tightened up. The other thing is, Representative Labrie has brought out the issue about getting workers for the DOT. That's the problem. Okay, that is the problem. Okay, so then the suggestion is that allow the departments to negotiate with individuals outside of a collective bargaining agreement. Okay. Now, to Representative Sullivan, I agree. I've negotiated my share of collective bargaining agreements. Okay, I'm not new to the game. And what normally happened when I was negotiating is I knew I had specific amounts to spend. In other words, I don't want to spend more than 3% of the gross budget or something like that on benefits, on payroll, on various things. And you may have done it differently, and I'm sure it worked. So the question then becomes is, how can you logistically do this without interrupting everything? So I'm going to fall back on the public employer. If I'm a public employer, which I have been, I would be negotiating with my collective bargaining unit, and I would say, I've got X amount of dollars to give in raises, 2%, 3%, 4%, or whatever it is. And that's what's in my budget. So if Representative Sullivan, and I'm just using you because we know each other for a number of years, comes to me and wants to negotiate, I say, fine, I'll give you 4%. In other words, they're going to stick to whatever the collective bargaining agreement is just to make the logistic part easier for them, right? Now, going back to the original issue about plow drivers. We need plow drivers. So are we going to give them more money, allow them? through this? Yeah, we are, because then it may actually be less expensive than paying, $250 an hour to have a plow truck out there for 8 hours. So I see the problem looking to be for the solution. I see the solution has some issues logistically. Now, I'm going to support this bill, but I'm also going to say to the sponsor that if I get reelected and this isn't working, we're going to have a conversation on how to make this thing different, and better, hopefully. And the wording, the process in itself, I think, is going to cause some agita, if I can use that word. I don't know if that's actually a word, but there'll be some problems logistically. But just leave it at that. This is the problem we're solving, and hopefully it doesn't cause too many problems, as Representative Sullivan said, because I think those can be handled. And that's pretty much where I stand.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Staub, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My objections to this bill are twofold. First, I support the right of workers to unionize both in the public and private sector. But secondly, the area of concern that I have is the criminalization of unionization. In this bill, it says that any strike, picketing, boycott, or other action by an employee organization is illegal, and that it's unlawful for a person to coerce employees. One person's polite request might be another person's coercion. It's unclear what the parameters of coercion would be versus providing information. The violations of this section are a Class A misdemeanor subject to a fine of up to $5,000, imprisonment up to 6 months, or a combination of both penalties thereof. And to me, that seems like a violation of the First Amendment right to free speech. So I will be opposing this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And Representative Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I remembering correctly that the Municipal Association testified in opposition to this bill? To me, I wanted to make sure I wasn't making that up because I was so surprised. This is not a typical group to agree with labor unions, and their reasons were pretty compelling. The number one reason was this has such an administrative cost to cities and to municipalities, to the state, to everybody that would need to negotiate on this level. So to them, this expense and the difficulties around that would be way too cumbersome. And I don't know about you, but our property taxes have gotten too high here in Concord. And so for that reason, I'll be opposing it as well.
Thank you. And Representative Susi, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to agree with my colleague, Chris Schultz. Looking at this bill when we had the hearing, there was nobody that came in here, basically from management side of things, state and side of things, that said that they were in favor of this bill. I think we can look at this bill, and I'm going to say I think we know where it came from. Pretty simple. And again, I think it's, for us, it could be, as in the minority, I think this could be a blessing, because I truly believe that if a lot of people decide that they're going to get out of their labor unions to negotiate their own contracts, we are going to have expenses on the city side, state side, and this is going to raise the tax bills. Not going to be on us. Tax bill is going to go up, and people are going to look at that point in the next election. So I think, looking at this bill, I think it's very unnecessary. I don't think there's anybody that wants this bill. Obviously online, obviously the people that came here to speak, obviously the emails we had. I don't see this as being a favorable bill whatsoever. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir, for your input. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm probably the only one in the room that was at the public hearing when this was adopted. And the reason it was put into place, public bargaining was put into place, is because the Timberland teachers had gone on strike. And there was nothing to rein in striking workers. So in 1975, they passed this law, the public bargaining law, in the state of New Hampshire. And it was mirrored after the federal law. And the federal law, with some exceptions, but the cornerstone of this, as well as the cornerstone of the bargaining law at the federal and state level, is this idea of exclusive representation. It's a cornerstone of the public bargaining, of collective bargaining in general. Now, there are all kinds of things that you can do within the context of collective bargaining. You can do deals and you can work things out with a class of employees. But the cornerstone is that this is the exclusive representative, that the union exclusively represents the employees. Now, those of us who have been in this business for a long time, and I've negotiated contracts as Representative Sullivan and Representative Susie have, and I have to tell you, the idea of breaking things off and everybody kind of doing their own thing, you heard some examples of the chaos that would cause. And it doesn't make any sense. If you've ever been in collective bargaining, you can understand that. Not only from the employee's perspective, but from the employer's perspective, because they don't want to be negotiating with 15, 20, 25 different people. Now, what the employees can do under the law is if they don't like what's going on and they all want to be on their own, then they have the right to put 30% of the people in a room to sign a petition and say, we want to decertify the union. And they can vote to decertify the union if that's what they all want to do. So they have that right now. And that's been done. I've seen that done. But right now, the law is, if you have a collective bargaining agreement, there is exclusive representation. And if you undermine that basic tenet of the collective bargaining, then you move in a direction of taking rights away from those people, because the end result of weakening a union is that you have less bargaining power. And that's what happens and that's why the proponents of some of these laws, that's the end game, to take people out of to get more dissension within the ranks, to try to divide up the workers within the thing, and eventually to try to get them to decertify. So there are all kinds of protections. There's a right to do this, but please listen to what the people say. Listen to the practitioners of doing this, and understand that if you pass this, you're gonna be undermining collective bargaining, and I don't think anybody necessarily wants to do that in the state. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak again on this. Is one of the things that really got my attention, though, and I've had phone calls and meetings with other people, other union groups. They said they're going to provide me more information than they never have. Is that 60% of public employees aren't part of unions? That means 40%. Okay, 40% of the people are represented by unions. And my thought when I heard that was, okay, well, that means that more than half aren't really happy with the unions and the negotiations. So I respect Representative McKenzie. I've been in collective bargaining agreements. I know what it's like. But that was one of the things that stood out with me that I couldn't overlook. I just could not overlook. Now, if it continues, or better yet, if the public unions can move that number more favorably, I'd be more favorable too. But right now, over 50% of them aren't union members. So I don't know. That was just something that came to me during the statements.
Representative Sullivan.
I think that number may very well be accurate, but I would say that of those 60%, most of those people aren't in a bargaining unit. So it's not like they're in a bargaining unit and are choosing not to be a member. They're not in a bargaining unit. In New Hampshire, you have to have at least 10 employees in a bargaining unit to organize. So all the smaller groups are by definition going to be non-union. And there are also, various lines of work in the public sector that don't tend to unionize. So I wouldn't want to confuse or imply that people are choosing not to be in a union because they're not a union member. they may not have access.
Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, a couple of things. I wanted to point out that in Roman 5, there's no language, no comparable language to someone who's trying to persuade someone not to be in a union. And I also wanted to remind you that we have letters from several mayors from both parties that were urging not to support this. And another thing I just heard from my good friend, Mr. Flanagan, who I know in another term could come back and make this better. But as it is now, I think I understand that in many cases, if there is a union, the non-union people get the same benefits, which is why they're not complaining. And they don't even have to pay for them. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Levesque.
Say it again.
I said Representative Levesque.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's funny. There's a neighbor of mine who I was speaking with. He's the head of the Municipal Employees Association. And what he shared with me less than 2 weeks ago is how much pressure these municipal town managers are experiencing on a day-to-day basis. That they are inundated with, overwhelmed by the pressures to try to come up with a budget to direct resources. And so I think of them when I hear about the Municipal Employees Association coming and testifying against this bill. It just seems to me like it's another way of inserting chaos and cost and confusion, which were the three words that a woman who testified last week shared with us. It just seems like it's a crazy scenario when you invite individuals to bargain for themselves. I just found one paragraph from a testimony last week to be compelling. Here's the simple truth. When employees vote to have a union represent them, and when an employer freely agrees to bargain with that union, no force, no coercion, just mutual agreement, they're exercising a fundamental freedom. They are saying, we'll work this out together because it serves us both. The employer gets stability and one contract. The workers get collective voice. This isn't the death of freedom. It is freedom. When free workers and free employers make a deal, it's not our place to say they bargained too well.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I lost a negotiation with my employer recently. I'm not going to get into the details, but I lost it. But I was happy to have the opportunity to try, because sometimes I win. And it seems as though there are people on this committee that don't know that employees, not employers, not independent contractors, but actual straight up W-2 employees do negotiate all the time for special treatment or for certain amenities or for changes in pay or certain benefit packages all the time. And I do it all the time because I love doing it. And I know a lot of private sector employees who do this all the time because they're high-skilled laborers. They know how much they're worth. They know how much bargaining power they have, and they know what they can get away with. They know that their employer may say that everyone needs to return to the office, and they know that they say, no, you're not going to make me return to the office because I like working from home, and you're not going to be able to replace me, so I'm going to work from home. Is that a deal? And then the employer says, all right, well, can you show up once a month? And they say, all right, I suppose I can show up once a month. That's fine. Or they make some other, agreement. This happens constantly. And there are certain things that are being said in executive session that make it seem like people are just unaware of this whole world that we have where employees negotiate on their own all the time over everything, right? And I remember when I first moved to New Hampshire, it was part of a negotiation. I had an employer. I was working as a contractor for a separate organization, so a temp worker basically, but I had been doing that for like a year and a half. And they said, well, we want to hire you full time. And I said, well, can you pay this much? And they said, no, you can't pay that much. And I said, well, there's this company in Portland, Maine that can pay me that much. And you know what they said? They said, I'm sorry, we still can't pay you that much. I'm like, well, guess what? The company in Portland, they have a new employee. Worked out great. The rest is history. This happens so commonly and so regularly that it blows my mind that people aren't aware of it. Yes, we negotiate on ourselves. And employees like me, we love it. Yes, I can negotiate. A union isn't going to be able to negotiate for me nearly as well as I can negotiate for me. I guarantee you that. And some people, maybe they're benefited by the union. You know, I don't want to ban people from getting into unions if they don't want to be in unions. But to say that an individual employee can't wheel and deal on their own, that they don't have the right to negotiate their own contract, that they're not capable of collecting the bargaining power to get things their way, is just insane to me. Absolutely, I'm going to support worker freedom, I'm going to support worker rights, and I'm going to support this bill because I'm one of those workers that likes to wheel and deal, and I like to help other employees that like to wheel and deal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Granger. Okay, Representative Claire, did you have something to add, please?
Yeah, just quickly, I'm sorry. Just to Representative Granger's point, I don't think anyone here is denying the fact that people, negotiate pay and stuff like that. I've done it over the years too. As you know, I'm a retired union carpenter, but I didn't always work for the union. I have negotiated pay and benefits and stuff with people that I've worked for. And like you said, if you don't like it, you move on, and that's understandable. But I don't think anybody's arguing that point here at all. Thank you.
Thank you for the input and response. Representative Murphy, quiet all day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little bit of different perspective. So I'm the former NEA, like teachers representative for the teachers that were sent by the town of Bedford to Manchester West High School a long time ago. And what happened to us is the union actually forgot to give us the contract in advance and then asked us to vote on it like the very next week. And so I guess I didn't feel very well represented by my union. In addition to which, I represented mostly math teachers because Bedford did not trust that the quality in that area of the West faculty was up to what the Bedford parents wanted. So they paid to have us math teachers shipped over to Manchester West. And the problem that we had was we were locked into a step system, a step pay system that did not recognize any of our business background. I had a master's degree. I had actually the learning disabilities designation as well, which is worth extra money too, because you have to have one of those when the psychologist is overwhelmed to do the academic testing. So we were dramatically underpaid, and it didn't take too long before the local businesses figured that out, and they started picking us off one at a time. And Bedford had a great deal of trouble, retaining these very valuable teachers because their background was applicable to very highly compensated jobs in the private sector. I felt that, being locked into the system was a detriment. It was at the convenience of my employer. They like, being able to have the union representing all of the employees. But from an employee perspective, I felt that it didn't work well for me or the other math teachers. And it was also to the detriment of the taxpayers because they negotiated a very rich Cadillac healthcare program. And most of the math teachers had, duly employed spouses that had even better, usually employee paid for healthcare packages. And so what happens is, just like any other employer, the public employer is going to look at the fact that, well, we're paying all this insurance premium here, so we don't want to, pay a lot of cash salary here. And so all of these teachers, at West were disadvantaged, by the union, package, if you will, the way they negotiated, because we didn't need those benefits. We would have preferred cash salary, to the rich Cadillac healthcare. So just to give you a different perspective from someone who has been there, done that.
Oh, thank you, Representative Murphy.
Wonderful. Just my final word on this.
Your final word. Can we quote you on that? Does everyone hear that?
Yeah.
We got witnesses. Go ahead.
So I want to echo what Representative Staub said regarding my right, when I was working as a public employee, to be able to stand on a picket line and basically say this is unfair. When I look at the legislation the way it's written, there was that area that could rein in those rights. That potentially, if I was a leader in leadership of a local union, and I encourage people to do workplace, slow work down, then I could be fined $5,000 or imprisoned. Good Lord. For exercising my right as an employee to stand up there and defend the workers, the idea that I could go to prison for that, I think that whole section should be taken out of this amendment. The whole section should be taken out. If you violate the law, it's the courts that make those decisions about what is appropriate. And I've been in that position, because I went on a strike. But not to rein in or put this chill in. So I would ask that that be taken out of the law. And I will, not able to do it here, I will try to do it on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you for your input. Yeah, so this is, I'm not immune to the number of emails and the testimony, and so I reread this, and I go back to first principles. And my first principle is, when I show up to work, I should be able to decide if I want to join the union. I mean, I was asked to join the Screen Actors Guild. I decided not to, which is a true story. But I decided not to, and obviously I didn't make it in Hollywood. But my first principle is that you should be able to make that decision where you go. And that's what I think this bill is intended to do. And I am sensitive to the thought about not being able to strike or picket, but I think the way I read that paragraph is it's focused on the employer as much as it is the employee. Any agreement, understanding, or practice violating the employee's rights is unlawful. And that's the opening of that paragraph. And so I'm going to vote for OTP, recognizing, as several people have said from both sides of this house, have said that it's not perfect. But again, I go back to first principle, and I want people to have the opportunity to do what they want to do, and that the town should listen to them and make that argument. So it's a tough decision for me, but I'm in support of OTP. Seeing no further comments, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Rep. Evelani,
Yes.
Rep. Seaworth,
Yes.
Rep. Flanagan,
Yes.
Rep. Prout,
Yes.
Rep. Warden,
Yes.
Rep. Drago,
Yes.
Rep. Granger,
Aye.
Rep. Moffett,
Aye.
Clerk, yes. Rep. Murphy,
Yes.
Rep. Sullivan,
No.
Rep. Cahill,
No.
Rep. DeSilvestro, Rep. Susi,
No.
Rep. McKenzie,
No.
Rep. Schultz,
Nope.
Rep. Leclerc,
No.
Rep. Staub,
No.
Rep. Lovett.
No.
Chairman Creighton,
Yes.
11-9.
The motion of ought to pass for House Bill 1704 passes on a vote of 11-9. Rep. Warden, do you have the,
Write the majority report?
yes, please?
Sure.
And Rep. Sullivan, who do you want? Rep. Sullivan? That's correct. Okay, and this closes the hearing on HB 1704. Okay, before we move on, I just want to verify that we got everything right. Labrie is doing the majority report on 1043.
Correct.
And who's doing the minority report? I'm sorry, 1043 minority report.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not listening.
Schultz.
I'm already onto the hearing, sir. I apologize.
No,
For
so-
1451 is the one I'm going to do the
Okay, stand
minority
by.
report.
Okay, 1451, we're not on that. We're on 1043, and
Oh.
that's Sullivan.
Sorry.
Okay, no
Now I'm
worries.
paying.
Rep. Sullivan doing 1043.
Yeah. Yeah, no worries. On 1072, I have Labrie doing the majority report and McKenzie doing the minority report. And then I've got Flanagan and Schultz on 1451.
Yep.
Representative Schultz, you're doing 14151, right? Okay. And then I've got Warden and Sullivan. And then Sullivan, you're doing the 1150. Oh, Flanagan, you're right. You're right. I didn't change my note. No. I just didn't change my notes. Okay. All right. So this closes the executive session for the House Labor Committee. And I want to thank Representative Moffett for joining us today. I bit my tongue. Which I know is hard. I'd like to now open the public hearing on House Bill 1188 relative to non-compete agreements for low-wage employees.
Just one second. I'm gonna get set up my stuff here.
And Representative gives 1 minute to get our clerk set, and then we'll go.
I'll fill this out in the meantime.
Okay. You ready? God, you're slow. All right, ma'am. Please introduce yourself for the record, and you're introducing House Bill 1188.
Correct.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Good morning, members of the committee, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here today to introduce HB 1188. I am Representative Alice Wade, here on behalf of my constituents in Stratford 15 and Dover Ward 2. I was listening into a little bit on the tail end of that last executive session, and want to say I'm happy to say that this bill is exactly about allowing workers to do what they would like to do. So imagine, if you will, for a moment, working as a paraprofessional, making about $3,500 or $35,000 a year, working under a contractor, and being told that you can't work at any school in New Hampshire for years if you leave your current employer. That's not hypothetical. That's exactly what happened when a school district tried to hire paraprofessionals directly instead of through an expensive contractor. The contractor had locked these low-wage employees into non-competes that prevented them from working directly for schools and taking better paying employment with the district that they already served. After I filed this bill, the NEA reached out to me to share that story. And I hope they're here today to share more details with the committee, but if not, I'd be happy to pass their information along for anyone who'd like to learn more. Non-compete agreements were originally designed for executives with genuine proprietary knowledge. Now they're being used to trap teachers, nurses, paraprofessionals, and hospitality workers in low-wage jobs, even when better opportunities exist. This bill does two things. First, it raises the threshold for who can be subject to non-competes from where it currently is at 200% of the minimum wage to 500%. That's about $75,000 per year. Below that level, workers are generally mid-level employees who deserve the freedom to work where they choose. Second, it caps all non-competes at 12 months after employment ends. That's enough time to protect legitimate business interests without destroying someone's career or preventing them from working in their field indefinitely. Right now, there is actually no limit at all to how long a non-compete can last, even after you no longer work for that company. To be clear, this doesn't eliminate protections for trade secrets, confidential information, or intellectual property. Those are already excluded and remain fully in force under RSA 275:70. And to some who might say this could hurt New Hampshire businesses, I would point them to California, which banned non-competes in 1872, and since then has built Silicon Valley, home to many of the world's most valuable
I'm sorry,
companies,
Mr. Chair.
including Apple, Google, and
I'm
Meta.
sorry. I'm being distracted by a conversation across the way, and I'm having a hard time hearing the presenter.
Okay, please keep sidebars away. Thank you. Please continue.
Yep. So I'd point you to California, which is home to many of the world's most valuable businesses. Apple, Google, Meta, and countless others that are absolutely thriving with no non-competes at all. If non-competes, if restricting them is as bad for businesses as some may claim, why would the biggest companies in the world decide to headquarters in a place that has entirely banned them? The Federal Trade Commission recently concluded a study showing that non-competes suppress wages by 3 to 15% and harm economic growth by reducing worker mobility and entrepreneurship. They were actually moving to ban most non-competes nationwide before a judge ruled that it would be needed to pass through legislation rather than through an executive branch. 8 states have already banned or severely restricted non-competes, and this bill is simply a moderate expansion of existing New Hampshire law, which already limits non-competes that we passed in this body back in 2019. The evidence here is clear. Non-competes don't make businesses successful, they protect weak businesses from competition. Strong companies compete on wages, culture, and opportunity, and I believe that's what we should be encouraging here in New Hampshire. This bill is fundamentally about freedom. Good employers don't need legal chains to keep employees. They offer competitive wages, good benefits, and opportunities to grow. Workers shouldn't be prevented from seeking better opportunities in the live free or die state. This bill lets businesses compete for talent on merit, on wages, and working conditions. It lets workers build careers based on their skills and effort. And it makes New Hampshire a place where entrepreneurship and innovation can thrive because workers won't be trapped by former employers when they try to start new businesses. This legislation already has bipartisan support, and I'd be happy to work with any members of the committee if they're interested in some technical refinements. I urge the committee to vote ought to pass on HB 1188. Let's make New Hampshire a state where talent and hard work determine success, not restrictive employment contracts. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for introducing this bill. Are there any questions for Representative Wade? Representative LaCar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. So you're saying just for low-wage employees? Just as a for instance, my son quit a place where he was making good money and they wouldn't let him go to another company similar.
Yep.
And I understand that, but as long as he wasn't taking any clients and stuff with him or trying to steal or snipe any of their people, he was still under this non-compete. Could this apply to someone like that?
So the specific restriction that this bill increases, so basically in existing RSA, non-competes are not applicable to anybody making 200% or less of the minimum wage. That is in RSA 275:70-A, I believe. And that was passed back in 2019. What this bill does is it increases that threshold to 500% of the minimum wage. So anybody making lower than that, their employer could not enforce a non-compete. So it would depend on his wage. There are other states that have banned them no matter how much money you make. There are some states that have banned them for certain sectors like healthcare or education. I decided for this one, I just wanted a moderate expansion to the existing threshold because 200% of the minimum wage is $14 an hour or less, or $14.50, which is not much at all. 500% is a much more reasonable cap that applies to a majority of employees that shouldn't be restricted by these types of non-competes. So I hope that answers your question.
No, it does. Thank you
Yep.
very much.
And Representative Seward, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for introducing the bill. Back in 2019, when we last worked on this, one of the major drivers of what we wanted to accomplish is there was a Supreme Court decision that preceded the law that really set the parameters. You know, what the law said ended up being irrelevant because there was a Supreme Court decision. In coming up with these changes, did you review how they were impacted by that court decision?
So I'm not as familiar with that specific court decision. From my understanding, certain non-competes are restricted through the judicial process, but it's not, I don't know the hard limits off the top of my head. I think judges can tend to enforce them based on reasonableness, whereas this has more specific guidelines. And the other key point is that it restricts the time after employment to 12 months. And that goes for all non-competes. Would only last 12 months after termination of employment. I'd love to learn more about that, but that would be my answer to your question.
Representative Prout.
Thank you for taking my question. Regarding your last statement of it, the time restriction, which I believe is subsection C you're adding, that does seem to also reference qualifying employee. So I'm not sure how that the language I'm looking at applies to all employees as opposed to only the qualifying employees as defined by the bill, which means people are in less than 500%. So there's a little bit of a disconnect, I think, from the language I'm seeing and what you're saying, and I'm hoping you can help resolve that.
Yeah, just one moment. I'll pull up the bill text. Alrighty. So, yeah, I found it here. So, I agree. It looks like that may have been an oversight in the drafting. The purpose was to restrict it for all non-compete agreements, because obviously this prevents any non-compete agreements for those making below 500%. So, I would very much welcome an amendment. I'd be happy to submit that myself, or if anybody on the committee would like to, happy to do that as well.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, good question. Thank you. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for coming to visit us today. Just for the sake of our conversation, you said 500% was about 75,000?
I think that was the ballpark. I don't remember if
Do you
that's
know what
pre
the
or
two-
post tax.
Do you know what the 200 is?
You do the math in my head real quick.
Well, no, because
about
I think from
2.5.
Well, from a reference point, it's
36,000. It sounded like.
36,000?
Is that 36, Representative Staub?
Which the paraprofessionals made slightly above that, but not by much.
Okay, I'm just wanted to give us a range from where we're going and where we want to be from your bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So let me just rephrase in my own language what this bill does. Essentially, today, if I go to work for a company, they can say, and I make over $36,000.
Yep.
They can say, hey, you can't go work for a similar company. You can't leave us and go work for a similar company. And there's no time duration. It's whatever they decide.
Effectively, typically it's somewhere in the range of 2+ years potentially, whereas this would cap it at 1 year. But currently there's no hard limit at all.
So I got you. And so then what this bill says is, hey, if you make less than 75, you can go wherever you want. There can be no non-compete.
Correct.
If you make greater than 75, then they can say, you can leave, but you can't go work for a similar company for only 1 year.
Correct.
In the state of New Hampshire.
Correct, I believe. I know some non-competes have clauses about out of state. Some states restrict non-competes from applying out of state. I'd be happy to look more into that. That's my understanding of it. Though.
Okay, Representative Flanagan, and then Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Someone came to me. I remember talking about non-competes years ago, and the one thing that I think that might be added to this bill, it's up to you, it's your bill, would be trade secrets. Regardless of how much money you make from an employer, if you acquire a trade secret that's specific to that company, that could be of issue. And yeah, you feel free to respond. I'm asking you.
Oh yeah. So I mentioned in RSA 275:70, that is the existing law explaining non-compete agreements. So if you look at that law, it specifically says, restrictions on non-competes don't apply to things like trade secrets, to intellectual property, and that sort of thing. So those are still protected fully under this law, and this bill would not change that.
Okay, Representative Staub.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that Representative Cahill and I did some mathematics, and the federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. 500 times that is $36.25 an hour. So that would be the hourly wage rather than the annual salary. So, having said that, I wanted to ask, what if the federal minimum wage goes up? Would that then affect this? And if it goes up considerably to say $15 an hour, then you'd be looking at people making a considerable amount of money more.
Yes. So the existing statute in RSA 275:70A, the 200% cap, as written, that was tied to the federal minimum wage. And so just to keep things simple, I kept it as written in existing statute and just changed that number. if there are concerns about that and whether or not it would be more prudent to say cap it to $75,000 an hour tied to inflation or something to that effect, I'm open to that. That I just kept it as simple as possible for modifying the existing RSA.
Understand. Good question. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. Just wanting to point out that this bill, as written, refers to an hourly rate, not an annual rate.
Correct.
So essentially, if I understand it correctly, you could be working 5 hours a week at $36 an hour, and basically this would cover you.
So that is what was written in the existing sorry. Apologies. That's as it was written in the existing RSA. So it says an employee who earns an hourly rate less than or equal to 500%. So yes, if there's anybody on the committee who wants to make that more of a equivalent salary or something to that effect, I'm open to that. This was just to try and increase that benchmark to
I mean,
more reasonable.
I just want to make sure that we're looking at the right benchmark, which is an hourly rate, and I have no interest in going for an annual.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you very much.
Question.
Representative Warren.
Thank you. You don't have it in front of you, but lines 19 and 20, 18, 19, 20, the last section of the bill, you use the word, it bans an employer from restricting an employee to go to work for another company. But everywhere else in this RSA, they use the word employer. I wonder why you chose the word company here, and if that's sufficiently defined to make this crystal clear for enforcement.
Yeah, I'd be happy to substitute that for employer. Yeah, if I can work on that amendment if anybody would like. I'll listen back to this and make sure to get all those language refinements. Or if a member of the committee is interested, feel free to volunteer. Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay. Seeing no further comments, thank you for coming in, and we'll let you know about an amendment as we go forward.
Gotcha. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I have no pink cards outside of DOL. Is there anyone else? Okay. Miss Albert and Miss Abbott, please. Mr. Garrigan, you're in the back seat today, just hanging out, huh? All right, I got you.
Good morning. My name is Cassie Abbott, and I am the Department of Labor's Legislative Liaison. And with me is the department's Deputy Commissioner, Danielle Albert. The department has reviewed the proposed changes in this bill, and we do believe we understand the intent of the bill. Based upon the testimony that we heard and observations from the committee, we would agree that in line 19 of the bill, where the language currently reads company and all throughout the bill the word employer is used, we would agree that changing company to employer would help the department with enforcement aspect of this. Other than that, we have no technical comments, and we're happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions for the Department of Labor this morning? Yes, sir.
Do you know off the top of your head what, I know that over the years we've had various types of employment groups coming and saying we want to ban non-competes from our sector. Can you tell off the top of your head which groups have been removed from non-competes?
Thank you for the question, Representative Sullivan. As I understand, just to make sure I understand the question correctly, you're asking which employers have been removed from non-competes in the sense of how, do you mean in the sense of how the existing provisions apply to them?
No, the categories of employees.
Who have been impacted?
Who have been removed from the non-compete arena.
And by categories of employees, you mean by industry? I don't know that we have that data. I certainly don't know off the top of my head. I'm happy to see if it is data that we are able to get for you, but I'm not sure it's a data point we specifically collect. In general, our interaction with the existing provisions is relatively slim in the sense that the department hasn't had great interaction with violations of these sections. We're not receiving complaints about violations of these sections. We don't get a lot of calls about these sections. So the data that we have, I would guess, would be somewhat limited based on my general understanding of our interactions.
Follow?
Yes, please.
Part of the problem is my memory.
Sometimes mine too.
Well, maybe both of us. But I have a recollection of, it seems at least two different groups coming saying we want to be removed from the arena of non-competes.
Information from
Representative Prout.
information from the member. I believe all those bills were ITL'd.
My memory.
Yeah, and again, I don't know that we have those data points. There's not, in the existing language, there are not exemptions or carve-outs.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that we might be misremembering is this bill is similar, if I'm understanding correctly, to other bills we've had where instead of the employee having a non-compete agreement, it was the customer having a no stealing my employee agreement. Can you comment on the distinction between those two types of agreements?
I'm happy to try. Contracts is not my strong suit necessarily. I mean, the existing law and this proposal is in relation to non-compete agreements, which is going to be a type of binding between the employer and the employee. I would conceptualize some kind of agreement between a customer. If this employee leaves, it would be a different type of relationship because the customer is not an employee and employer relationship with that employee. That would be a different type of relationship. So I think that would be the biggest distinction.
Representative Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. This bill, both the existing language and the new language, talks very much about hourly rate. Would you see this language be at all applied to salaried employees with equivalent hourly rates, or is this purely for hourly paid employees?
That is an excellent question. It's phrased in terms of hourly rate. Salaried employees, you can break a salary down to an hourly breakdown, but the requirements about how they get paid are different because it doesn't matter how many hours per week they work with certain exceptions, whereas if you're hourly, overtime applies and there are different caveats. I don't necessarily understand this language to carve them out. I don't know whether or not that's the intent. I would defer to the sponsor on that. It does specifically reference an hourly rate. So if that's language that the committee feels could be clarified, or if the committee feels that there's a need to clarify that it only applies to hourly employees, that's a point that could be
Representative
clarified.
Wade, you're here. Was it your intent to carve out salaries? Could you come to the microphone, please? We're on tape.
So my intent is effectively to have it be a 500%, so around $35 an hour or equivalent salary.
Okay.
So basically,
you were
75,000.
not carving out salaries. You just trying to define a number.
Yep. I didn't. The only reason I didn't define it in terms of a salary is that's not how it was written in existing
Fair enough.
RSA.
Okay.
Be happy to change the language.
And for a follow-up, Representative Prout.
To the Department of Labor.
Thank you, Representative Wade.
Do you think that the existing language we have before us accomplishes that intent, or do you think it would be problematic for you to enforce it in that way?
That is, thank you for the question. It's an excellent question. We understand it to encompass both. I will note that there are times when there when language is not as clear, there can be some confusion amongst the public about how that applies. It doesn't specifically say hourly employees. It does specifically say hourly rate. So I think we can enforce it that way as written, and that would encompass both hourly employees as well as salaried employees, so long as that hourly rate meets those thresholds.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I caught you sleeping.
Thank you. I think the issue that we're struggling to dislodge from our memories is the bill that was about non-competes between an agency supplying nurses to schools, which are the employer, that prevented the employer or if they really became fond of that employee, from hiring them because of this non-compete. The other thing on exemptions, I think the people that might be exempt are the sponge setters and the ski instructors.
Thank you for that. Representative Granger and then Representative Seaworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. So if you're taking a salary, how do you determine the hourly rate over at the Department of Labor? Do you just take the salary and divide it by 2080 and call it a day?
It would be broken down by that standard work week, I believe, but I can follow up with our inspection division to assure that I'm accurate with that. And I'm happy to email the committee.
But there's a standard formula that you use to.
There's not a standard formula set forth by regulation or rule. I believe there's a process
Okay.
that can be
But
utilized.
so there's a process in existence to do that.
Yeah, I would need to check with our inspection division.
Okay.
I want, just so that I don't misspeak, but I can verify with our inspection division how they would approach that.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
And Representative Seaworth, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and you'll have to help me with my memory because I have this vague notion, but I
Mine's
can't.
not that good either.
Well, we go through some sort of memory vortex when we walked in today.
So in the requirements for an employee to be exempt, to be a salaried employee, I recall that one of the considerations is the amount of the pay. And if you're paid lower than some threshold, you must be non-exempt. And I'm wondering if that was irrelevant under the existing law, but might be triggered if we raise that to a point. What is the hourly wage above which or below which you may not be salaried?
Thank you, Representative Seaworth. And the exempt, non-exempt language that comes more from the federal side through FLSA that the USDOL administers to. New Hampshire law is not crafted exactly the same way in the sense that that exact language is not utilized. Whether or not that there would be impact, and if and perhaps I may have you rephrase the question for me. Is your question in part whether or not these threshold changes would be impacted by the exempt, non-exempt categories?
And yes, I'll rephrase again to make it clear. What I'm speculating is that maybe we never considered this issue at 200% because it didn't matter. It was impossible. Would raising it make it possible? And what is that threshold where we're now capturing salaried employees that we didn't in the past?
I'd have to potentially get back to the committee on that. I don't have the numbers straight off the top of my head.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Very welcome.
So I have no further pin cards on this. What I would ask the committee, though, is anyone willing to work with Representative Wade to consider correcting two things? One, from my perspective, maybe more, but is the definition to be more clear regarding salary versus wage hour, and number two, the company versus employer. Representative Schultz, you're on the bill. Would you consider doing that? Okay, thank you. And so what we would expect then is an amendment this week to consider at our executive session next week. Okay? Are there any other thoughts to this bill? House Bill 1188. Seeing none, this concludes the session on HB 1188. Our next session is at 13:30. That is 1:30 p.m. And if we could all be here for that, I'd appreciate it. Good job today. Thank you so much. All right, welcome back. I'm opening up the public hearing on House Bill 1705 FN, establishing an employee assistance program for small town and volunteer first responders and making an appropriation thereof. And Representative Selig, you're here again to introduce the bill.
I am. Thank you so much.
Welcome
So-
to the Labor Committee, the best committee.
Well,
in the
I
New
heard
Hampshire
about
House.
your very heavy load of 15 bills, and I would happily trade my 79 for yours. So, thank you. So for the record, I am Lauren Selig. I represent Stratford 10, which is the town of Durham, New Hampshire. But one of the other hats that I wear is I work with the New Hampshire Theater Project's Elephant in the Room program, which uses the power of theater to talk about difficult issues. And we have a whole slew of topics: human trafficking, opioid epidemic, elder care, youth mental health. But for the past 3 or so years, I've been working with them on a program called Aftermath, which specifically addresses PTS and first responders. And in fact, last summer, the theater group was given a major grant that allowed us to take Aftermath on tour across the state to a number of communities for half the cost, and in some cases a quarter of the cost of what it normally takes to bring this program on. So I traveled from Durham up to Plymouth, to Keene, and all kinds of places in between, to be specific. And what we hear over and over again from our first responders is about the impact of repeated exposure to trauma. So it's not a singular incident that causes problems, but that they're the repeated onslaught of experiencing trauma after trauma after trauma has an impact on their mental health. If you think about people who have football players, since you were just talking about football in your time off, who have repeated head injuries, you know that they end up with that concussion syndrome that can significantly alter their brain. Trauma also impacts your body in all kinds of ways. So the first responders who've participated in our program have shared their stories with us. There was a dispatcher who took a call about their own family member, and their supervisor wouldn't let them leave work. And it turned out to be a fatal incident. We heard from many who were on scenes of horrific accidents where they had to search for body parts that were no longer attached. We had some who had to search for colleagues who had gone to remote locations with the intent for self-harm. One former first responder, who's now a town manager, shared the specific details of a particularly traumatic incident which occurred more than 30 years ago. And let me tell you, I really wish he hadn't shared those images, because they're now stuck in my head as well. I mean, and I won't tell them to you because you don't need them in your head. But he talks about how every time he drives up 93 and drives past that spot, even though it's more than 30 years later, he still feels that incident. We heard from family members and friends of first responders who talked about the long-term impact of the job on their loved ones, sometimes loved ones who didn't survive as a result. We heard from town managers who wished they'd known how to ensure that their crews knew how to access help, and who talked about the limited resources available in small towns. Additionally, we heard that although workers' comp is technically available to all first responders who get injured on the job, or those who have specifically medically defined PTSD, it's often very difficult to access care, and there's very limited support for those who are trying to get support prior to getting to the point of having PTSD. There's what's referred to as PTS, which is post-traumatic stress, but if it keeps building, that's when it becomes PTSD, the full disorder. And there's levels before you get there, where if intervention happens, you don't get to the D. You can stop it before you get there, as long as care becomes available. So the other thing that we know from studies, rates of alcoholism, substance abuse, and suicide are higher among first responders than other professions. More first responders die by suicide than on the job. So we have a problem, right? A clear problem. A lot of the large towns and cities across New Hampshire are able to fund insurance for their staff and include an employee assistance program for them as well. But our smaller and more remote towns are much more likely to have volunteer first responders or very few part-time people. And those towns don't have the resources and don't have the access to those same programs. This bill is designed to be a stopgap measure to fill the void. So HB 1705 explicitly establishes a first responder support fund within the Department of Health and Human Services for the purposes of enrolling responders from communities with no more than 5 full-time first responders. So you're talking really small places, Pittsburgh, for example, including volunteers, into the state-provided employee assistance program, which offers comprehensive support services, including services for PTS and PTSD. And it's designed to be accessible to all eligible responders, regardless of where they live in the state. But again, it's not every first responder in the state. It's volunteers and people from towns where there's 5 or fewer. So it establishes a non-lapsing special fund administered by Department of Health and Human Services to pay for the cost. Eligibility is those, again, who are volunteers or 5 or fewer paid full-time. DHHS would develop the guidelines and talk about how to enroll people and how to get word out as part of that. So you'll see that the bill has $1 because last year I never got the fiscal note. No matter how many times I asked for it, I literally never received it. This year I tried getting the fiscal note in August. I didn't receive the fiscal note till after the bill had to be signed off, so we put $1 as a placeholder. If you look, we now have a fiscal note, and so I would ask that perhaps when you exec this bill, that you, or maybe that you just simply pass it and then let it go to finance and let them make an amendment for the appropriation of $114,000, which is less than what I asked for last year. Last year I asked for $150,000. DHHS believes they could do it for $114,000. If you want to give more, I wouldn't object, but you know, looking at different ways. But so by creating the state-funded EAP, we can provide coverage that's sorely needed, accessible remotely, and support responders early in their journey before symptoms escalate into diagnosable PTSD, requiring workers' comp claims that are much more expensive to cover and may not be available to volunteers or part-time employees. What I did last time is I looked up how many first responders we had in the state. I divided it by 2, and then I multiplied it by the estimated cost to enroll people into an EAP. That's how I came up with 150 last year. This year, we see that from the fiscal note that finally arrived, it could be done for less. It's also really expensive, as you know, to recruit and hire fire and police across the state. I would actually say we also need to think about our public works employees, who are often the ones cleaning up the scenes of the accidents. I hadn't thought about that till someone brought forward to me that there was a situation on I-95 last year where the public works employees had to help the firefighters search for the gentleman's head in his helmet. I can't imagine being that public works guy. But so we have a significant cost for that. The other thing is that if we actually wait till someone gets to workers' comp, the cost for treating someone in workers' comp can range from $10,000 to over $18,000. And if someone really gets to the point of not being able to work ever again, those costs can go anywhere from $50,000 to over $500,000. So I'm talking about really, really short money for a really, really big cause, right? Providing immediate care clearly costs much less. And then one of the co-sponsors for this bill is Representative Hope Damon, who represents Sullivan District 8. Her committee is execing right now, so she asked if I would share her comments. She said, I am a co-sponsor of this worthwhile legislation to create access to existing state employee assistance programs for first responders in small communities. It's critically important this resource be available to those hardworking people who daily take risks on behalf of their local neighbors. Whether to address PTSD, substance use disorder, anxiety, depression, or other mental health concerns among these professions, EAP is a very cost-effective approach to meeting their needs so they are fully able to continue in these vitally important roles. Most of us are aware it is difficult for small rural communities to have adequate first responder staffing, whether compensated or volunteer. This is a small but impactful statement of our support. I urge the committee to vote OTP on this bipartisan proposed legislation that should appeal to all. Thankfully, respectfully, Hope Damon, Sullivan District 8. And I'm happy to take any questions. And I also did bring copies of my testimony stapled and hole punched to make it easy for you all.
Thank you. And do you have Representative Damon's as well, or can we get that?
She emailed it to me while I was driving here, so I'm happy to forward her email to the committee, but
Beautiful.
I was
Thank you.
Still driving, so I couldn't print
No
that.
worries. Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. Just sort of a technical question. The line 5 in the bill refers to enrolling first responders from communities with first responders or with no more than 5 full-time paid first responders.
The word volunteer was omitted. I'm sorry, I missed that with the editing of OLS. I'd had they had
Wait, can you finish your question? Because this is the same question I had.
She got it.
Okay,
And it's,
so-
it's in more than one place as well.
right. So they had put firefighters and instead of first responders. And I wanted to be clear, it wasn't just first responders, because I think about, for example, the town of Madbury, New Hampshire has one full-time police officer and one half-time police officer. They may be a community again, and then everyone else in their town, the rest of their first responders are all volunteers. So it should say volunteer first responders or those communities with 5 or fewer. So that would be this is one of those where they were correcting it on the very last day, and I had to sign off in order to get it through. So I do apologize, but that
No,
should
no,
say volunteer in,
That's
in
fine.
any
Can
of
you
those
read
spaces.
the appropriate sentence that requires an amendment then? Read that one more time.
There is established a first responder support fund, which will be administered. This fund shall be, sorry, jumping down to line 5. This fund shall be used for costs incurred in enrolling volunteer first responders. They really changed my sentence around. I'm on lines 5 through 7. I'm going to have to sit down and play with my pen and work through that again, because I kept reading it as I intended it and not how it looks here. And so let me,
Yeah, that was like my exact question because
Yes,
it's different
so-
than what's written. So
so what it should be is specifically for volunteer first responders and for those from communities with 5 or fewer paid full-time first responders. Right. And so, so wherever that shows up, and I'm happy to work on sending you an email with what it should have said. And I apologize for having missed that in my reading. It's one of those where
okay,
the
no,
brain sees
no
the right
worries. I
thing.
understand. If you could, I don't know if
I'll do that
when
today.
you sit down, if you could just do it and then read it to us before you leave and
Yes.
then email it to us, that'd be very helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I
appreciate
will
that.
during other people's testimony. Yeah.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You probably can't answer this question, so it really is for anyone on the committee who may remember. I know we changed the size, or there was a bill to change the size of the bargaining unit for some, yes, is it 10? So my question is, well, I guess that answers my question. But would you consider potentially amending it to meet what is just below the threshold of a bargaining unit so that that would raise it to 9?
Representative Schultz, if you wanted to expand this bill to include more first responders who might not have access to care, I would be delighted. Personally, I wish that as a state, we were capable of providing mental health care to everybody who needed it. But I was trying to be reasonable in what I was asking and recognizing that we have a number of very small towns that really need the extra support.
Representative Flanagan. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We
Go ahead,
ready?
Representative Flanagan.
Thank you. It just dawned on me, and maybe you know because you've been working in this field for a while or whatever, but, and I do understand the whole purpose because in talking to my first responders, you know, I know the police do the thumb routine. They don't go closer to the accident. Firefighters do. But are there professionals still available to help people? It's not on a pro bono.
So, one thing that's been great in the last several years is a number of departments, and especially the larger departments, but this is starting to happen, and there's other people who can talk more about this sitting behind me. As we've started having what are called CISM teams, which are teams that go in after a major incident to work with communities and to work with the first responders to help them talk about that specific incident. We are now, when we began this work, there were maybe 4 trauma-trained therapists in the state. So you can imagine the wait list to get through to them. We've had a number of firefighters who testified to us about the difficulty of meeting with someone who wasn't trauma-trained and having the therapist burst into tears during their first session and realizing, well, that wasn't going to work.
Yeah, that's
You
not
know.
good, right?
Since in the time since we've begun this work, Dr. Nicole Sawyer is sort of at the forefront of all of this, and she's incredible. But we've started seeing progressively more places having specific trauma training. So there's an organization in the southern part of the state called Forge, and they provide, they actually hire people and train them specifically in how to work with people who've experienced trauma. So they only work with first responders and those who've come out of the military. And there are a number of others who specialize in that area as well. So we're starting to see more of them. When we were in Plymouth, we had someone who drove over from the Hanover area to be on our panel, who was a volunteer firefighter in Hanover, somewhere in the Hanover area, I think in Enfield, as well as being a therapist. And he talked about how, because he was in the field, it was possible for people to feel safe talking to him about their experiences. And we are, again, in the larger departments, seeing more peer support getting developed. But again, if there's only 4 guys in your department, who's going to run the team, right? And if your team needs to go out to get care, who's, mutual aid can only cover so much. And if you've got one guy down,
Follow up.
it just adds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lawyers, not that they have anything to do with this, but they also do pro bono work.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody broached with the National Association of Mental Illness or anything like that, that we could get people that may want to give up a little of their time to help our first responders?
I would say, given that caseloads for many of these people have wait lists of 6 to 12 months, I don't think any of them have spare hours in their day. So I think it would be wonderful if that was possible.
Right.
But again, what we're hearing about is the need and
The training.
and also the lack of access. One of the benefits of an EAP is it's a phone call, right? So it doesn't matter if you're in Pittsburgh and the nearest therapist lives 2 hours away, because you're talking to them on the phone. You can access the care without losing the time. Also, for a lot of the volunteers, they work like gas station jobs, grocery store jobs. They're not getting paid a whole lot.
Right.
So being able to do something that's going to require several hours is outside of their work schedule and volunteer schedule is really not realistic. I should also be specific, and I omitted this and I apologize. We're also talking about your paramedic EMTs, and Representative Dry is going to be addressing more about that as well. So.
Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the hard question to ask.
Absolutely.
We don't have a Federal Reserve and we don't have infinite money.
Right.
So is there a program of similar size that you don't mind getting rid of or downsizing in order to make room for this program?
No, but I also think about, $115,000 or $150,000 works out to, well, I was really bad at math in school. If you divide that by the 1.4 million people in our state, you're talking about like a penny a person or something. And so again, if you start referring these people to workers' comp, the costs are astronomically higher if they get to that point. So this is a major, sometimes you have to spend $1 to save 50. And that's how I view this program.
For a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't say that this isn't important. All I'm saying is, in order to fund it, you need to take the money from somewhere else. So is there any less important
Point of
program?
order, Mr. Chair. I don't like making a point of order, but really it's up to the Finance Committee to drill down on the financial aspects of this. And I don't know that it's fair to ask the bill sponsor to speak to hypothetical financial situations that aren't even in our purview as a committee.
Fair enough.
If I can, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I like to save the Finance Committee work. They do a lot of really nice things for me. I have a very good relationship with those guys, and if
Okay.
we
All right.
only have so much time.
We're done with this. We're not talking about the financing of it anymore. Representative Library.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there any other states that have this in play now? And where was it born?
So it was born out of the work I've been doing with the New Hampshire Theater Project, right? So I'm a facilitator on the panel. I'm not a trained actor. I, lost that I was made clear to me in 4th grade when I got assigned the role of the Rock that I was not going to be right. That I wasn't going to be, you know, I wasn't going to get an Oscar ever or an Emmy. But so, you know, we've been talking to people across the state. We had one really large event at the fire academy that included first responders of all stripes, and the stories that these people told. It probably took me 3 or 4 days to recover emotionally from the stories that they told about how hard it was for them to access care. It wasn't just the why they needed the care. It was about how difficult it was to get access to anything, whether it was because of them being from really tiny towns, you know, or whether it was location, or whether it was just the financial aspect of it. So that's where it came from. And last year, I know there were questions that came up about the finances and workers' comp. So I went back and did more research about why not workers' comp and everything else, and tried to bring it forward to you again with those answers. We would be at the forefront in many ways to do this. There are other states that provide much more medical and mental health care across the board, but we're not other states. So, you know, that's where I come from.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Yes. Representative Warren.
Thank you. What is your estimate of the number of first responders statewide currently that meet these qualifications?
I had that written down at home, and it's sitting on the paper next to my computer that has the calculations I did initially. So I will get back to you on that. I am sorry. I literally lost. We'll reset and go. Thank you.
Is it?
But it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Is it 100,000? Is it 100?
No, I mean, I think it was like 10 or 12,000, but I can't remember exactly. So I'd like to do the research and get back.
Yeah, interesting to know.
For a follow up.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll get back to you.
Not a follow up, separate question. Is it your intent with this legislation to make this mandatory for every qualifying first responder and it's volunteer, other 5? Because on line 15, you say the Department of Health and Human Services shall ensure that these responders are enrolled. So no way to ask that is it mandatory? And what is the punishment to somebody who just doesn't want to attend?
No one is so an employee assistance program works by, let's say you're the firefighter or the EMT who's recognizing that you're having emotional difficulties. Maybe you've recognized you've started drinking a bottle of whiskey a night, and that's a problem after work. Or that you've been driving after doing that, right? And so you recognize there's a problem. So you literally call a number. It's a voluntary program. So you call and you talk to someone on the phone and you have a conversation, and maybe you schedule a follow-up call. So an employee assistance program, and someone from DHHS is here and can speak more specifically to the dynamics of how that would work. But it's you don't have to go anywhere. You literally having the conversation with a trained person on the phone, and you can have up to 5 sessions typically with most EAPs before you are referred for more intensive care somewhere else if you need it.
That's helpful. Thank you for the explanation.
Yeah. So truly it's intended to be a support that's available, but this is not mandating anybody attend sessions or go see a therapist, because, you know, people are different. Not everybody needs it, but the people who need it really do.
Representative Granger.
Thank you. Do you have any information on the efficacy of these sort of programs?
Could you be more, I don't know what you're asking for.
So I'm an infantry veteran.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of infantry veterans. Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of them went to some programs that may be similar to this with professionals, and it didn't do anything. And I'm not saying that all medical professionals can't do anything, but I think it's important to know whether this would actually make a real impact in helping them out, or just give them something to do. Because in a lot of cases, unfortunately, a lot of these combat vets, they go through the therapy and they talk to the professionals, and it does nothing.
Right. So there are all kinds of incredible programs that are starting across the state to help provide intensive, like weekend support and camps that are specific for combat veterans as well as members of first responders to go to get some of the sort of intensive kind of care. But mandatory programs are not helpful, I think, for most people, right? Sending someone who doesn't want to acknowledge they have a drug addiction issue to rehab doesn't get them well, right? It's people seeking care. So an EAP is designed by someone reaching out for the care. It's not anyone being forced to do it. So if you were serving right now as a firefighter and realized, oh my gosh, I'm like having this problem, I'm screaming at my wife on a regular basis, or I'm beating my kid, and that's really not healthy, and I don't know what's wrong with me, to be able to call and have the conversation with someone that might help guide you to better practices and better self-care is going to make a difference.
Okay. Yeah.
Just a couple
Representative
of,
Levitt, go ahead.
Representative Labrie, thank you for taking my question. Representative Labrie's question about the origin of this kind of program got me thinking about the role of chaplains in many police and fire departments, and how they are, depending on the department, present for those who have experienced this kind of a trauma, and it could be anything. I think it's important just to think about that. The comment that I have too that I think I saw early on is on the second page, monies deposited in the first responder support fund. Is that sort of a fund that the general public could contribute to?
That would be a great question for finance and DHHS. I just know through my work with OLS that they said it would need to create a special fund to pay for it, and that was their recommendation for how to phrase it.
Yeah.
So that exceeds my knowledge.
Yeah.
So I've got a similar bill, veteran thing. This sum is in addition to any other sums appropriated by the Department of Health.
Yeah.
This would be money
so
specifically for this EAP,
Yeah.
right? To fund this EAP.
I mean, it seems like you might get some money from the state, but I can see a lot of just citizens saying, I'd like to support this, and robustly funding a program like this.
I would imagine that if people sent letters to the state saying, I'd like to pay extra money, the state would not turn them down.
So I want to repeat back to you what I think we're doing here. The proposal is to take $114,000 and buy for about 10 to 12,000 people insurance that would pay for a trauma expert to help them overcome their trauma for up to 5 visits.
Yes, essentially. But in terms of the specifics, again, we've got someone from DHHS who can explain the specifics of how an EAP works. That is my intention, is that it would it would pay for DHHS to have someone whose job is to answer the calls from our first responders who might need one call, and that might be it, right? But they could have up to 5 potentially.
Okay. All right. All right, ma'am. Thank you so much for your work, and I appreciate you coming back in.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to just...
And if we could have Representative Dry, please. Come on in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, committee. For the record, I'm Representative Margaret Dry, serving Sullivan County District 7, towns of Plainfield, Cornish, Charlestown, Unity, and Newport. I'm also a 46-year volunteer EMT with the Cornish Rescue Squad. And I'm signed on as a co-sponsor because I've been looking for an answer for a friend of mine, and this bill, I think, is the answer. In 2024, He was on a volunteer rescue squad and started having a mental health crisis. He'd gone through the original critical incident stress debriefings that we do after bad calls, and this was persistent, so he knew he needed more help. We've been through training together. He had the card with the emergency number to call. He called that, and he was told that though he was a New Hampshire resident, he was a taxpayer, he was both a volunteer firefighter and a volunteer EMS responder. He was told that he was not eligible for further help because he was not considered a town or state employee. So he called me, not only as a friend, but also as a representative. And so I called around to see what I could do to get help for him. There really wasn't anything that we could do. We couldn't convince the town to extend anything. We couldn't convince anybody to help this. He ended up having to search for help by himself, and he had to pay for his treatment for PTSD out of his own pocket. So there's good news. He told me last night that the help he'd gotten has been helping him. The bad news is that he shouldn't have had to do this on his own. And when I heard about this bill, I thought maybe this is the answer for him, because Sullivan County has a lot of small volunteer rescue squads, and these are purely volunteer. And we get our own insurance, but that's mostly to cover liability for malpractice things, equipment damage for a truck, and a little bit of workman's comp, but not to the extent that he needed. This is a good solution. We needed someplace else to go to get help for our members like this, and I really think it would not be abused, but it would be a thing that we need when we need it. We put our lives on the line for our small towns, and we're not technically town or state employees, but golly, we show up like we are and we work like we are. And I think that we deserve help and protection. And I think this is that missing piece that helps keep a volunteer organization volunteer.
Great. Thank you, ma'am.
May I also add
Please.
that there is a line in here, line 7, talks about all fees, monetary grants, gifts, and donations or interest generated by these funds will be, that means to me, yes, they're taking
Yeah, that's
funds.
Ron I was looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And by the way, my friend fully supports this bill, as do I. And I'm willing to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have any questions? Representative Ward.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Is your intent with this bill that any volunteer that would qualify for this or receives this sort of EAP regardless of when the trauma happened? For example, if it was 30 years ago in the infantry or working as a policeman in Chicago, and they move to Cornish and become a volunteer, should they still be covered? Is that what your intention is?
Yeah, you never know exactly what call is bringing this up, and you never know when it's going to pop up.
Thank you.
Representative Silvestra.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. We just had an incident in Nashua yesterday. We had some injured firefighters. Do you feel that, not knowing what's happening with them right now, that this is something that they would need in the future, perhaps?
Thanks for the question. I think this is more pertaining to small town volunteer squads. A town like Nashua has a professional hired town employee fire department.
For a follow-up.
Yes, but something like that could happen in another town. It would still be somebody that would need that type of service in the future. You could have an incident in your town, is my point, and then they would need mental health services. Yes? No?
I'm not sure exactly what you're asking me. Thank you.
If there's an incident in your town, as Nashua had, and
Yes.
we have injured people, they would perhaps seek this information. I see somebody saying yes in the background.
Excuse me, are you talking about our squad seeking that? Oh, we always follow up on things like this, and we follow up but it's a process. You do a debriefing first and then go beyond that if that's needed. Most people get together, talk about it in closed doors, and that's what helps. Some people need extra help.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And if I can have Representative Newell.
Thank you. Bad handwriting. My name is Jody Newell. I represent Cheshire 4 and Keene. I call it my own little slice of heaven over there. A couple of things that have been spoken about here. Obviously, I'm a co-sponsor. I feel like this is really important and very significant and something wonderful that we can do for the people who go out every day to protect us. One of the things that I had heard earlier was, have other states done this? And so what that made me think of is last year we passed the Blue Envelope program. A lot of states have passed that. A bunch of our neighbors have, but we did something unique. We added trauma-related disorders to that as well, because we understand vets and people who struggle with the effects of trauma also have that same kind of those same kind of communication struggles. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, in one of these things where we have actually differed from the norm or added to what other states have done is specifically around this issue, because we recognize that people struggle from the after effects of trauma. So, but what, true to form, Lauren has explained this pretty well, or Representative Selig has explained this very well. So I don't think I necessarily have a whole lot to add in that regard. But my intention in coming here and speaking to the bill is to bring a little bit of insight. I'm not a first responder, as the last speaker was, but I am very familiar with trauma. So I wanted to share a very, very brief story, just to kind of contextualize a little bit, personalize a little bit. Last year we had a fire in our house. It was the middle of the night, 12:30 at night. Fortunately, we're about 3 blocks from the fire station. They came. Fortunately, my kids and I got out. I cannot describe to you, because this happened in the middle of the night. I was about seconds from sleeping, literally seconds from sleeping. If you saw the black smoke above where my son was sleeping on the couch downstairs, I mean, my heart still stops even thinking about it. If you saw my 17-year-old, the man of the house, essentially, okay? The two of us walking down the stairs together, we couldn't see absolutely anything because the fire alarms didn't go off. The batteries had died. Check your batteries, folks. Anyway, walking down the stairs, and I missed a step, and hearing my son, who was 17 years old, say to me, "Mom," in this, like a child, I mean, like a child, because he was so fearful in that moment. We could not see the steps in front of us. It was completely black. But I want to bring it back to what I feel is really pertinent to this conversation. Because fortunately for us, we had the fire department 3 blocks away, and they got there right away. They got the fire out. The only holdout was my dog, who was upstairs and wouldn't come down because he wouldn't go back through the smoke. Fortunately, he was okay. But I was outside, and I was talking to one of the firemen afterwards, and I said, I don't know why I'm so shaken up. We're out, we're okay. All of us are outside, we're all okay. And he looked at me and he said something that I will never forget. He said, "You're lucky that your kids could get out on their own. Because babies, I wouldn't have been able to see to get to my children." That stuck with me. That sticks in the pit of my stomach, even thinking about that. And that's just me hearing it secondhand, envisioning the possibility of that happening. I cannot imagine being a first responder and actually experiencing that. And not only experiencing that once, but what I learned from the elephant in the room, we had the aftermath program, is the impact of not only one one singular experience, which that's my traumas, one singular experience. This is over time going back into these situations over and over and over again and re-traumatizing yourself essentially every time. So all this to say, I think that this is something we absolutely should do. I think it's worth the comparatively small cost that we would incur on account of it. And I hope that you will vote OTP.
Okay, Representative Granger.
Thank you. Perhaps this would be a better question for the prime sponsor, but I'll ask you. Is the bill is for volunteers? Is it meant to be volunteers exclusively, or is it supposed to be both? Because the reason I ask is when I'm looking at the language, I don't see volunteer, but the title of the bill, it says volunteer. So
Yeah, I think there's a little mix up with the language where it didn't come out exactly the way it needed to be. And of course, there would be an amendment that could address that. But as I understand it, the intention is for it to be for volunteer first responders, but then also for small towns up to 5 paid employees. So it's a range. It essentially catches the folks who wouldn't necessarily have access to this in other ways.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your testimony. I and I had to step out. I have a sister that I take care of that needed some attention. But did anybody prior to you say how many firefighters have the number, not the dollar amount or whatever? But did you did anybody mention how many are now currently utilizing the service that's there now?
No, I don't know.
You don't
I think they were asking, the question was asked, if I heard this correctly or understood it correctly, was how many people this would cover. And that was around 10 to 12,000, I believe.
Right.
But I don't know.
Do you know?
You know, that health information, we don't get that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a quick one. In the term volunteers and first responders, in Francistown, we have lifeguards and we have ski patrol. So would those count?
I believe so. I think that's probably a better question for the sponsor.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Can I have Mr. Lawless, please?
And the cities have way more than 5. It's probably 50
And sir, if you could introduce yourself for the record, please, and we'd love to hear what you have to say.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Lawless. I'm the director for the State of New Hampshire's Employee Assistance Program. Just also because of some of the conversation that came up, I feel like it's important to also reference that my background is I'm a licensed social worker, and I'm also a master's level licensed drug and alcohol counselor. I know there's been a lot of discussion, and I feel kind of a desire to respond to different things, but I don't know if the best way to kind of use this space is to see if anybody has a specific question. How would you like me to proceed?
I tell you what, if you heard some of the questions and can answer those from your perspective to start off as testimony, and then we can take it from there.
Thank you. So a little bit of the background of the State of New Hampshire's Employee Assistance Program is we are available to all State of New Hampshire employees and members of their household. And so while some of our staff, we currently have 6 folks staffed, we have a vacant position as well. Some of our folks do have backgrounds in clinical training around mental health and substance use, but that is not, it is not a clinical, say, ongoing counseling kind of setting. And so in many ways, the role that we play is to kind of bridge the gap for folks to access resources, identify supports, kind of identify their menu of options in terms of what they may be dealing with. And we can certainly help bridge that, but also be a point of referral for folks to access kind of longer term care if needed in the community. And the reason why I wanted to speak to that is that we have an administrative assistant position. And so with the exception of that role, the other folks in our agency are all trained in critical incident stress management, have engaged in debriefings, trauma informed, and things of that nature. But we are not providing long-term clinical counseling, even if somebody has a mental health diagnosis. Our role would be to try to help them identify and access the appropriate resource in the community. You know, the vast majority of folks that we support currently have Anthem insurance. Part of what the experience would be for our standpoint here is that anybody accessing us under this bill would likely have varying insurances, right? And so we would be connecting them with providers to provide trauma-informed clinical services, but they'd be ensured that they accepted their insurance, they have availability in their practice, and we're kind of doing the warm handoff in that way. So maybe I'll just pause there and see if that brings anything.
Representative Arbolani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is the uptake for the number of employees that you have to the number of employees that you cover?
So with employee assistance program, utilization is always something that is kind of looked at in terms of who accesses the resource, right? And so you have the one-to-one access of resources, but then you also have opportunities to do trainings or groups or things of that nature. And so utilization nationally is somewhere between 2% and 7%. A conservative estimate for our EAP is over 10% utilization. We have moved to a new data management system within the last year, so we're continuing to get more specific numbers around how much of a breadth is covered there. Because one of the things that we've really transitioned to in our model, and I've been with the state of New Hampshire's EAP since 2015. I've been the director of the EAP since October of 22. And one of the things that we kind of looked at in our service delivery model coming out of the experience with COVID, where there wasn't as many face-to-face opportunities, was how do we continue to meet the emerging needs of people who are accessing us, to include their family members. And one of the things that we really try to incorporate moving out of that experience was to not be seen as or utilized as only a resource of last resort. Right. And that's part of what I've heard here today that I think is an important piece that I would like to just kind of name in this space, is that when we think about developing resiliency, leaning into our own personal and kind of maybe social protective factors, we all have varying degrees of those. And to think about a resource as kind of a crisis only may miss an opportunity to help folks lean into and identify their stress coping strategies, resiliency capacity prior to an event. When we think about like the cumulative nature of stress, there may be some existing experiences already occurring, and the last one that brings somebody to a place where they identify they may need a resource. Sure, you're dealing with it in a reactive way there, but there may be some value, some mitigating value to provide support potentially and resources in advance.
Okay,
And so,
I'm sorry, just to clarify.
please.
And I'm not arguing the need for that upfront work where possible. The language of this bill, though, is only for post-traumatic. Is that the way you read it?
That's how I read it.
Okay.
I suppose just kind of speaking out loud, and certainly want to be flexible. The model that we currently employ is that if we were to work with folks in this space, we, in a voluntary, confidential way, of course, would offer support and resources at any time as well, unless we were clearly told that we weren't supposed to.
Okay, for a follow-up, Representative Alaroni.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned that you refer to personal insurance. Would this be evidence for a workman's comp claim? Could that partial referral, instead of going to personal insurance, be referred to workman's comp?
I'm not sure how to respond to that. I'm sorry. Would you mind saying that again?
Sure.
I apologize. If
You
that's
mentioned
me.
Anthem earlier, that you move people over to their personal insurance. If you find something that is work related, do you also refer to workman's compensation?
So our role is not to tell people what they should do. It's to help them kind of identify their menu of options with whatever they're reaching out around, right? And so we wouldn't be steering somebody towards something like that. That's, I would imagine they would get that information from either their supervisor or HR or whatever the kind of organizational structure is that has that. I don't know if that's a conversation they have with their insurance or they're aware of before. I'm not familiar with that model in that way. Our role in terms of referring individuals to clinicians in the community, and again, there's other resources and supports. I would just say that kind of preventative model and reactive model, one of the frames that we use there is around the 8 dimensions of wellness, right? Because to have other stressors in a person's life, finding supports and resources may be a mitigating factor in how they manage kind of acute stressors as well. But in terms of connecting somebody with a clinician in the community, in some ways, they are able to access that person. We're kind of the referral source, but we're not following up with that clinician. We can keep the contact with the employee, but in a sense, it would be as though the employee located that clinician on their own.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Representative Flanagan, then Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you're doing fine.
Thank you.
I met Mr. Lawless earlier. So if I understand your position, or what you do at your area, is that you already got to be an employee of the state. Do these volunteers, say firefighters or what, are they considered employees of the state? Or would they be employees of the town on a workers' comp basis too? I mean, again, that might not be your bailiwick, but I'm just saying is, how do you include them in your purview?
Well, currently they wouldn't be included, and so I do think there's maybe a place where it's outside of my kind of frame, other than to say, unless they were currently a state of New Hampshire employee, they would not be able to access the resources as the programming stands currently. But it would be my understanding that if this bill went past, then they would be covered under our scope of practice.
Representative Kale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my good friend, Mr. Flanagan, somehow derived my question I was going to ask. But do you have an idea of the cost if we made it optional for all these people who would be covered to be able to call your service, be able to be enrolled in the EAP if they so chose, and avail themselves of the services that you offer, and then the referrals that fall after that? Any idea what it would, is that the 114,000?
It is, yes, and that number from my perspective, and you know, that number was really based on the bill as it is proposed, not kind of considering any changes that may occur there. But it was an estimate based on what that looked like it would cover in terms of potential new clients coming into the program, and the utilization rate that I referenced earlier, trying to have a sense of what that would mean. We know, I believe the number was over 4,000. We know that the likelihood is that 4,000 people would not access the program, right? But if we look at utilization rates and our current model, we feel like that fiscal note would allow us to have another position to account for the potential influx that would come with that many folks being covered.
Okay, wait a minute, I'm a little bit confused. So this 114,000 buys a position, or does it buy insurance to cover?
It's not insurance.
Okay. That's why I asked that question.
It's my understanding it's not insurance because we're not in a position to grant when I think of insurance, I'm thinking about something like Anthem, right? There's a medical, there's a mental health component, co-pays. To me, the way that fiscal note reads is that would cover the costs of being available to access that resource, and you know, up to 5 sessions with an EAP professional. But we would be, if it was a long-term mental health support or a clinic, they would be getting referred to a resource in the community.
Okay, is that the way you understand it, Representative?
Yes.
Okay, so we're buying a position, we're not buying insurance.
We're buying the position that provides the support.
Gotcha. Okay. Representative Granger.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering where it's supposed. Can I ask you questions about this section of law generally, and or would that be better left for the Department of Labor? Or
I'd like to think I can do my best with a question, but if it's outside of my frame, I will certainly acknowledge that.
okay, so this is going in 281A7 right after 281A17F, and that has to do with insurance coverage, which is probably why this is being brought up. And in that section, it's defining it based on RSA 281A2. And 281A2, it defines state employees. So might it be better to just add volunteers to 281A2? And if that's an overly technical question,
It's certainly outside of my scope.
Okay.
No question there.
All right.
Yeah. No, I apologize. I don't have a better response there, but I'm not familiar with most of what you shared there. So I apologize.
that's fine. Thank you.
Good. All right, seeing no further, I'm sorry, Representative McKenzie.
It's just why you understand this. So, those first responders that would be covered may not either be municipal employees or town employees, that they may be a combination of that, plus private companies. There'd be private companies these people would work for, I think. Because there are many, for instance, in Manchester, the first responders that work the ambulance are not city employees. They work for a separate company.
Right, but their health insurance is covered by that company, not by the
Well,
town.
but I'm just trying to get this straight in my mind. Would they be, so the companies, so you got town employees, city employees, and then you've got private employers. So this would cover all of them? Because many of these services are run by private companies.
Okay, I read it volunteers, which is not a private company.
So
That's a paid.
but who owns the equipment? Where does it come from? So I'm just trying to figure out how this is.
I'm just, Antrim has all volunteer fire department. And they're like, Ann Gilbert is one of them. And when they call, she goes down there. She's not paid. This would cover her. We have less than 5 employees. And if she had a traumatic event, then this would cover her she could go see this person that we're now hiring for $114,000. Or phone call. Yeah, she could talk to him.
All right, it's just so I understand that distinction.
Is
So-
that correct, Representative Selig?
It would be a phone call. I'm happy to come back up to answer more questions after.
Okay. Representative Avalon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard that there was a $10,000 to $12,000, 10 to 12,000 persons that would be eligible. In testimony, you said there was 4,000.
I recall earlier here today, we were talking about the number. I thought the number was over 4,000, but I too don't have that number in front of me.
Okay, I'm just worried about at a 10% uptick. That's a big swing between 400 people and 1,200 people, and one
Yeah.
position is going to cover.
Well, so even there, to the earlier point about a phone call, I mean, our current model is that we will meet people in person who access support. They can request to meet us telephonically or remotely, or we can meet them in person. And so, I mean, I think in some ways I'm trying to capture the current model and I guess seek a little clarity around what the proposed model would look like. From my standpoint, I would imagine we would continue to try and provide support and do business the way that we do with our current client base.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
And Brenda O'Sullivan? Brendan O'Sullivan. Gotcha. Welcome, sir. If you could state your name and your affiliation, and then we'd love to hear from you.
I'm Brendan O'Sullivan. I'm a firefighter in Durham, New Hampshire. I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Fire Chiefs Association in support of this bill. That's it. I will
Okay.
I will take any
All right.
questions. Yes.
Representative Schultz, and then Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Probably one of the best speeches from today. Thank you. So we're debating a little bit of the numbers. Do you have a sense from your first responders that your organization, chiefs, how many folks would potentially be covered from that, if you have an estimate?
I do not. I know it's a concrete number of how many people fall into that category, and there are people more qualified than me that could estimate how many of them will seek the service.
Representative Flanagan. go
Not
ahead.
related to this firefighter. Is there any way that we can get the original sponsor back up to answer a couple more questions?
We can.
We can or cannot?
We can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other
And-
questions?
No, he's done. He waits. And I do have a question. So firefighters that are volunteers, they're not covered under any other insurance or any other program. They can't just call up and do this today.
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And if I may expand a bit, if no other reason, it would give people incentive to at least know they had a service if they volunteer and they end up in a situation where they need to seek help, because inevitably they will.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Sell, can you come on up again, please?
I gave Representative Leclerc, I made a quick set of notes that he passed around because I did some Googling quickly to try to capture the numbers.
Good.
So that's somewhere up around where you are, but there's approximately between volunteer firefighters and EMTs, that number is about 5,000 in the state of New
5,000.
Hampshire. And then there's also there's the police officers from towns like Madbury, for example, where they have one full-time and one half-time police officer, where if they, it's possible their town has enough money to provide insurance for them, but there are some towns like Tamworth that has turned over their policing, I believe, to the sheriff's department, and they have one person who does patrols like Saturday mornings kind of thing. Again, they don't provide a lot of coverage for them, so it would be for that kind of person.
Roughly 5,000.
So let's call it, if we add those small town police departments, let's say it could be up to 6,000.
Okay. Any other questions?
And I apologize if I overestimated previously.
No worries, Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little confused. Originally, I thought this was a program to provide services to officers, firefighters, whatever, that was experiencing PTSD. I thought there was an actual program. And now I'm hearing that, well, no, we're going to hire another person in Concord to give you the names of people to call, and half the times maybe they won't call you back. I know I don't see the end service.
May I clarify?
Please, by all means.
Okay. So for someone who is experiencing difficulty, whether it's to the level of post-traumatic stress or whether it's the parts leading up to that, where they've recognized they've experienced multiple traumatic incidents and they're having difficulty managing, they can call the Employee Assistance Program. They're having phone conversations. I didn't realize our state offered in-person support through EAPs. The places where I've lived previously, it's only been by phone. It allows them to have the possibility of up to 5 meetings with a trained trauma professional who can help them identify coping strategies, help them identify other supports. What my understanding is, the representative from Health and Human Services added, is that if they realize the person needs long-term care, they will then refer them to a therapist or a provider in their community. So this is a stopgap measure for those people, because we also have a lot of these people who have no insurance. So this is intended to fill the gap, hopefully so that they don't need further care, but for places where they don't have easy access.
Great. Excellent.
Thank
Representative
you.
Ranger.
So 2 questions. So the money goes to the therapist. So there's like a therapist in Concord who's providing it for like the 5 phone calls.
It goes to Health and Human Services to pay for the person who's going to be answering the phone and talking to all those first responders.
Okay.
And for a follow-up?
Yes. Thank you. Not really a follow-up. Second question. So I asked about this earlier. I just want it like nailed down. Is this for volunteers, or is it for volunteers and employees?
It's for volunteers and also for the employees of towns where they have 5 or fewer paid full-time first responders, because those communities often have no support for their staff.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. So Nashua wouldn't qualify. Nashua's a large city, right? Or for New Hampshire standards. So, not like New York. So Nashua has things in place, but places like Tamworth or Ossipee or Pittsburgh.
So those employees who are full-time are also covered under this program?
As long as there's
Those
no more
5.
than 5 of them that the town has no more than 5 of them.
Okay. All right. Representative Morgan.
Thank you.
It was intended to be kept to a limited number to be reasonable for
I
cost.
just want to make sure I understand what we're doing.
100%.
In the fiscal note, it's the DHHS states that this would provide EAP services to qualifying first responders, including eligible family members. But I didn't see that in the text of the bill. Was your intent to include family members? Or did sorry to interrupt, or did the people who did the fiscal note err?
I believe the fiscal note was, again, drafted by the people who do the fiscal notes, and I didn't receive it till much after the bill came out, despite many attempts. So I don't know, that would again be a question for financing or for Health and Human Services if that's also covered. My understanding is the goal of this is to cover the first responder themselves and you know, at the same time, I will say from the families we heard from about their experience of all that trauma on them, they could certainly use our love as well. But that was not the intention of this bill. Is the first responders.
Okay. So this is a first responder bill, not a first. I'm not arguing the efficacy of
Yes,
whether
the-
the family
right,
need it.
the goal-
This bill is for first responders and volunteers.
Right. My intention is to take care of those first responders directly.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
Good question. Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I'm correct, I think the EAP program covers both the employee and the spouse and the family, so that's why it probably ended up in the fiscal note this way.
I am not the expert there, so yes, I will.
Okay.
I will not disagree.
Representative LaCar.
Thank you. So basically, this is just an added benefit to folks that don't have this benefit
Correct.
provided by the state
Yes, sir.
to help our first responders in these small communities. That's it.
That's it. And there was a question before about lifeguards and ski patrol. You know, I would say to the committee, if you want to expand the definition of first responders in a way that wasn't, you know where I'm coming from.
I got you.
And I really, really hope you guys will pass this. And if there's financial questions, we can work that out in finance
Representative
committee.
Sullivan.
Just a word of caution, if we expand the bill, the cost expands. We probably don't want to do that.
I just wanted to be clear. My intention was traditionally thought of first responders as firefighters, police, and EMS.
Not that it wouldn't
and
be a good
dispatch.
thing, but basically we need
Correct.
a new fiscal note, which has been a problem.
Yes.
And Representative Schultz.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a point for the committee that I'm not sure is clear. And, you know, I think when you were making the point that it was like insurance, in some ways it is, but typically the employee assistance program is an added benefit to an employee's list of benefits for most companies, or, you know, an employer provides, if they provide him benefits at all, it's a list of things. And typically under that, with a lot of companies and a lot of public employers too, it does cover a whole family, potentially this one program on top of insurance. Now, that doesn't mean her bill can't be more restrictive, but that's just typically what an employee assistance program is. Maybe we need to, just for our own information, have a better, just within our ranks, not asking this of the sponsor or anyone else, you know, what is typically an employee assistance program comprised of?
Right.
And I'm happy to research that if that's helpful, but that's basically what she is, in my opinion, from what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, applying what is typically a more affordable and more expedient way to have access to mental health care than typically all the other options that are available. And would you say that's an easier way to make it workable and more efficient and more affordable overall than making it an insurance program of some sort?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it, you know, by putting it through the state's existing program, the administrative costs are already covered by their existing administrative, whatever processes they have to go through. Like, the goal is really to find the most cost-effective, streamlined way to get first responders some mental health care that they so desperately need.
Okay. Thank you for your
Thank
patience.
you.
I appreciate you coming back up.
Absolutely. If you have any other questions.
Okay.
No, I'm good. I
You
just
good?
for the GHHS.
Maybe it's more a point of order, but the current law covers, for instance, the workers' compensation law covers volunteer firefighters. And in fact, I think the rate is higher. It's 66 and 2/3 for full-time and 100% for our volunteer firefighters. But it doesn't appear to be any compensation coverage for those people who are first responders. It's not encompassed in the law. It doesn't refer to first responders at all, which I think is, you know, so are we launching this whole group of volunteer, if they're firefighters, it's one thing. If they're ambulance drivers and they're not engaged in firefighting, is that a distinction? Because that might be a real disadvantage for somebody who's on an ambulance that gets hurt. I don't know how they handle that.
Yeah.
Just
Please, Representative Sullivan.
different question.
Yeah. Okay, seeing no pink cards and no further questions.
I have one for the gentleman from DHHS.
So do you mind coming back up for a follow-up? Good. Go ahead. And if you
Thank
could
you,
state
Mr.
your name again, just to make sure we got it for the record. Beautiful, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question again. We heard that for state employees that their family is part of the program. Under this one here, it would be your under your SOP, would their family members be part of it as well?
The way that our current model works, it would be members of their household. It would be my initial thought that our model would still exist the same way. So members of the household of individuals involved under this bill would still be eligible unless we're advised that that's not, that they shouldn't be.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Granger, I'm sorry, Representative Granger. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How many, so if the EAP program already exists and is already working for some section of public employees, how many people do you guys help per year? And how long do those calls usually last?
Yeah, so the initial, there's a 2-year budget cycle there, and the anticipated employee counts are usually somewhere between 10 and 11,000. Again, I apologize, I don't have that information directly in front of me, but our utilization is conservatively over 10%.
Please.
Okay, so when you say like 10, 11,000, that's the number of people trying to use the program?
That's all eligible state of New Hampshire employees.
Okay, and 10%, if you don't mind.
Yes.
And that's 10% of that, so it's like 1,000 people using the program roughly.
That's a conservative estimate. That number is based on individuals accessing us directly for one-on-one services. Again, our model, we could have individual employees reaching out maybe for mental health, legal resources, child support, substance use, really the whole range of experiences that folks may be dealing with, food or housing insecurity. We also provide support for managers, work groups, trainings, orientation. So our service delivery mediation, conflict resolution, the number around utilization is not just for individual employees. It covers all the kind of range of services that we provide under our model.
Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Maybe a better question of the committee. If we figure out how many volunteers there are in the state and then divide that by 10, we might be able to figure out if there's room in the current program to just add volunteers. Does that make sense?
I think that's a question. I mean, could you add 1,000 people a year?
So if we looked at 10% of, say, 5,000, 6,000 people, the numbers that were utilized, that was the estimate that, from my perspective, was taken into account to advocate for that fiscal allocation to have another position available. I look at it like, that person, if a position is funded through this bill, we would need a position funded through this bill to be able to provide services to, say, potentially 10%. Would it be more? It could be more. Could it be less? It's hard to predict, right? So the model that we use to try and predict that would be our current utilization formula. But again, when we think about marketing, the role of stigma and access and modeling to try increase those numbers, increase people's awareness of a program like this and their openness to accessing a program like this, that's all kind of built into it. But in terms of providing the funding for a sole position that would be responsible for only first responders, the model that we currently have, our folks are generalists. We're a small group and we serve all state departments. So there has to be flexibility in how we support, who takes the call, who's available to. So that position would certainly absorb a lot of those outreach calls, but to say that I wouldn't be supportive or somebody of the current team wouldn't be supportive, it wouldn't be a natural way to do this. There'd have to be flexibility amongst our small staff to meet the needs of whoever's reaching out.
All right, thank you. What's that? For you? For you, the world.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. Would these new first responders that are being added to your program, would they still be eligible for lawyer services, food insecurities, housing, the gamut?
That's how I look at it. I mean, again, I think for me to think about a holistic approach to wellness and resiliency and protective factors and stress mitigation, to only provide one particular resource here may be missing an opportunity to provide people additional supports that add to their stressors or their sense of resiliency on both sides of that. So to me, it may be an interesting thing once it gets operationalized to see where the limits of our current model are for this new population of folks. But that would be they would, to me, unless, there's a strong case made otherwise, they would automatically be ruled into our whole breadth of services, because that's a model that we believe in. That's a model that seems to be most helpful to folks. And so we wouldn't want to limit them to resources that may help across the whole kind of employment spectrum.
Understood. Thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Roger, good question. Okay, thank you, sir, appreciate it.
Thank you both. Thank you all for your time.
Now, seeing no further questions and no pink cards, I close the hearing. Did you have a question, Brian?
For Lino, but
Okay, I close the session on 1705. Okay, now for the fun one. I want to open the hearing on HB 1484, establishing a minimum state wage and providing for incremental increases.
Jim, just give me 2 seconds if you don't mind.
All right.
Is that why you're here? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Glad you're here. I'm working on it.
Who's introducing the bill, ladies?
I am.
Ah, now we know. Okay.
Okay.
You want to change that sign, Jim?
Yeah, could you change the sign, Mike? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Green. All right.
It's all good. Thank you. All right, now we'll open the hearing on HB 1484. I'd like to invite Representative Staub to come and introduce the bill, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Kathy Staub. I'm a state representative from Hillsborough District 25, which is Ward 5 in Manchester. And today I'm introducing House Bill 1484, which is a bill to reestablish the minimum wage in New Hampshire and raise it in increments to $17 by 2029. Get my notes here. All right. It sets the minimum wage at $12 on September 1st of 2026, 14 on January 1st of 2027, and 15.50 on January 1st of 2028, and 17 on January 1st of 2029. And it does not impact the tipped wage. I set the first step at $12 based on starting wages for the state's lowest wage workers. I looked at the ELMI. And and I've given you a little cheat sheet here. And if you look for food service workers, the average starting wage is $12.25 currently, or last June. So that's why I set that first step at $12. The effective minimum wage for New Hampshire workers has been $7.25 since 2009. And while worker shortages during the pandemic and competition from surrounding states have raised wages, these increases have not kept pace with rising costs. As a result, many Granite Staters are unable to pay for their basic needs. There are 683,000 workers in the state, and the median wage is $25.29. And that sounds pretty good, but the MIT wage calculator estimates that a salary of $24.78 is required for a single person to meet their needs. And if you have children, for example, if you have 2 children, you would need but with 2 parents working, they would each need to make $31 an hour in order to meet the basic needs. If you look at that median wage at $25 and the living wage at $24.78, there's not a lot of daylight between there. I personally would love to see a bell curve of where wages are. I expect there are a lot of people right in that $25 range. We have, we've been hearing a lot recently about affordability. Raising the minimum wage is one way that one tool that we have as legislators to actually put more money in the pockets of the people who are having the most difficult time meeting their needs. Since 1938, the minimum wage has been an effective way to stimulate the economy and raise people out of poverty. 70% of the U.S. GDP is driven by consumer spending, and a recent report by Moody Analytics, which I emailed to you this morning, indicates that 59% of all consumer spending is coming from the top 20% of earners. When low-wage workers earn more, they spend more, and this puts money into the economy at ground level, where it helps small businesses and improves the quality of life for working people. Raising the minimum wage will put us in line with surrounding states, and that's also on your little cheat sheet here. It gives the wages for surrounding states. Connecticut is the minimum wage is $16.94, Maine $15.10, Massachusetts $15, Rhode Island $16, Vermont $14.42, and New Hampshire $7.25. Raising the minimum wage will put us in line with the surrounding states. A 2022 workforce assessment found that 106,000 people were commuting out of New Hampshire for work, and about 65,000 people commute into New Hampshire for work from other states, which means that there's a deficit of about 40,000 workers who could be working in New Hampshire but have left the state. Raising the minimum wage in stages to $17 an hour would help an estimated 91,000 workers in the state who are currently making less than that. And $17 an hour is a critical number, because if you look at the MIT calculator, if you have 2 people who are just starting out, either a partner or a roommate or parent and child, as long as they're making $17.22 an hour, they can manage. They can't do more than manage, but they can barely manage. And I think that is that's a decent aspiration for us to have a minimum wage that allows people to get their feet on the ground and, you know, start their careers and their lives. Our surrounding states have all raised their minimum wage without crashing their economies. And these wage increases have improved the quality of life for the people who live and work in them. I submitted this bill because I believe that Granite State workers deserve the same as workers in our surrounding states. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Representative Dodd? Representative LeBrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. How many folks out of the 683,000 are at minimum wage?
Currently, well, the estimate is around 4,000, and it's unclear. We've been trying to get this information for a long time, but the Bureau of Labor Statistics does not keep specific information about that. Our best guess, and this is based on people that we've talked to from the National Employment Law Project and so forth, is that those are the people who make, who are tipped workers, who make their technical salary is $3.20 an hour, 27 cents an hour, without tips.
For a follow-up.
And isn't it true with that Bureau of Labor Statistics that 3,000 were for tipped and 1,000 was for more like interns, making that 4,000 combination?
Yes, that's true.
That is true.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Representative Drago and then Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned the 40,000 worker deficit, people commuting over the border.
Mm-hmm.
Did the study define it as because they're going over there to get more pay, or did they define it as that maybe the job's just not in New Hampshire, they have to travel to another state to do whatever type of work they're doing?
That's a very good question. Thank you for that question. One of the issues that we have in New Hampshire is that a significant part of our workforce lives within an hour of a border, and they could easily go across the border to take a job. As a story, I was once canvassing in Salem, and there was a woman who was a fast food worker. And I asked her, you know, what she did for work. She said she worked at Wendy's. I said, oh, do you work in Salem? She said, no, I can't afford to work in New Hampshire. I go to Methuen. So she was working at a fast food restaurant in Massachusetts, which had a $10 minimum wage at the time, because this was a few years ago. I've been working on this for a while. But, you know, there are people that are looking for. In fact, most people that I've talked to who work in Massachusetts have said it's because the wages are higher. But I don't have any, that was not part of this study. I mean, I could go back and look at it and I can send it to you, but I did not see anything in there specifically about why people were leaving the state. But certainly in terms of just anecdotal information that I've gotten from people, many of them have said that they work in Massachusetts because they can get more money.
Okay, and Representative Cahill, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm noticing that below that 4,000 people making $7.25 or less, there's another number of 8,000 that are making less than 10,000. Are those also restaurant workers, or are they doing other kinds of jobs that just don't pay more than $10?
Well, thank you for the question. It is unclear to me exactly what those jobs are, because that information is not available through the Bureau of Labor Statistics or the ELMI. Economic Policy Institute made these estimates based on whatever math they do. I'm unclear what data was available to them.
Follow up, please.
For a follow-up, sir.
Thank you. Do you have any data on businesses fleeing our neighboring states to New Hampshire in order to avoid paying those exorbitant wages that they're required to pay?
Yeah. No, I do not. And in fact, there are the same businesses in Lebanon and White River. You know, there's a McDonald's in Lebanon, there's a McDonald's in White River Junction, there's a CVS in Salem, there's a CVS in Methuen, or, you know, Nashua, Tewksbury, Keene, Brattleboro. They all have the same businesses, and they're somehow these companies like the dollar stores that pay bare minimum wages, they're the worst. They manage to have stores in New Hampshire and in Maine where they have to pay $15.10 an hour, in Massachusetts where they're paying $15 an hour, and in Vermont where they're paying $14 an hour, and probably in Connecticut where they have to pay $16.94 an hour.
One more follow-up?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Is there anything to suggest that those fast food or dollar store places in the neighboring states are they charging higher prices, or how are they getting it? Do you know?
Well, they think they're dollar stores, so I think
That's
the
$1.25 now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I think it's $1.25 in New Hampshire, and it's $1.25 in Maine. I mean, in Kittery, whatever.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much for, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Representative Staub, again, second day on the committee. Can you explain and you've been on this particular bill for several, over a decade.
I have not been in the legislature. This is my second term, but I have worked as an activist
On this particular bill.
on this issue.
Can you give to me a short, unvarnished answer as to why it's so difficult for the state to increase a minimum wage that's commensurate with surrounding states?
I hear laughter behind me. Well, the truth of the matter is that the New Hampshire House did pass a minimum wage, and the sponsor is sitting behind me. We passed a $15 minimum wage through the New Hampshire House and through the New Hampshire Senate. And then it went to the governor, who said that he couldn't sign it because it was the job of the federal government to raise the minimum wage, which is, when you think about it, the cost of living here in New Hampshire is a lot higher than it is in a place like Arkansas or Alabama, where they do have a higher minimum wage than $7. Like Florida has a $15 minimum wage. And interestingly, I also passed out a public policy survey that was done in 2019, where 79, at that point, we were trying to get a $12 minimum wage, and 79% of people said that it was a good idea to raise the minimum wage. And I think, obviously now prices have gone up, in 2013. Let's see, I have a number here for you. In 2013, a two-bedroom apartment was, where did I put that? Was $1,076 a month. And in 2024, a two-bedroom apartment in New Hampshire was $18.33. So, it doesn't make any sense to me in terms of, it doesn't wreck the economy. It helps people do better, and it helps people get off of things like food stamps, and they don't have to go to food banks in order to get enough to eat, so that they can keep going to work at Walmart at the same time that the scions of the Walmart family are worth $500 billion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow-up. What was the margin that the vote to increase the minimum wage to $15 an hour? What was the vote tally? Do you remember what it was?
Oh boy, let's see. Which time there's been a bill
Well,
in
the one
just
that you
about
mentioned
every
most
year.
recently, I think you were referring to Governor
Let's
Snood.
see. Okay, in 2020, I think it was pretty close, but I don't have the exact number.
So it was,
Do you
okay,
remember?
so it was close. That's okay. I mean, I was just curious.
In 2023, it failed by 5 votes, and then last year in 2025, it was tabled.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And Representative LaBrie, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. Representative, this bill mandates a 42% increase in minimum wage just over 2 years. Have you conducted an impact study on wage compression? Specifically, how small business owners are expected to adjust the pay for supervisors and long-term employees who already make the $17 an hour. So they, in regards to like a new trainee that was coming in versus somebody who's been there for a while making that money. How does that square, if you don't mind?
Right. Well, yes, indeed, that is a thing that is expected to happen. But I think the important thing for us to realize here is that in order to survive in the state of New Hampshire, you need to make $24 an hour. So if you're making $17 an hour as a supervisor, that's not enough for you to live on. And I think that, we want people in the Granite State to be able, all of us to be able to take advantage of the Granite State advantage. But on the other hand, we've got other, there are other, this hasn't seemed to be a problem in other surrounding states. It hasn't been a problem in Massachusetts or in Maine. The rising tide lifts all boats. So what we should be aiming for is for people to be able to live and survive and live with dignity in the state of New Hampshire. Because to me, that's what the New Hampshire advantage is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Drago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another question. Thank you for taking it. You mentioned raising the minimum wage helps get people off food stamps or probably other types of assistance. Is there data to show that? And the only reason I say this is, as a small business owner, I live in the real world. I can't tell you how many employees who have said, I can only make X amount of money a month. After that, I lose my whatever the assistance was they were getting. And I've actually sat down with several of them and said, how much is your assistance? And they would say, $1,200 a month. I said, well, if you work full time for me, you're actually going to make a lot more money. You're going to lose your benefit, but you'll actually have more money in your pocket at the end of the month. I actually interviewed a guy this fall who said the same thing, and he wouldn't get off his assistance. So the real world evidence to me shows the exact opposite of what you just said, that you're giving people more money, but they're just going to work less, which in theory creates less of a workforce. They're not willing to work as many hours, and they still want to stay on the government program. So is there data to back up what you said?
The cliff is very real. I am aware of it. I'm also, in my district, I have a lot of small businesses. I have barbershops, I have convenience stores, I have garages, I have small family-owned restaurants and so forth. And when I look at those folks and them trying to make a living, I would say that the biggest issue that small businesses have is being surrounded by people who cannot afford to buy their goods and services. So that's something else to consider. In terms of the cliff, I think one of the issues that we have is that we haven't, as prices have gone up, we have not raised the thresholds. One of the issues that we have in Manchester right now is that a lot of people whose kids were getting free and reduced lunch during COVID, that money has gone away. But because prices have raised so much in terms of rent, in terms of healthcare costs, in terms of food prices, et cetera, people who were not having a problem feeding their kids for lunch are now having a problem feeding their kids for lunch, and they haven't been paying for free and reduced lunch because because they're not eligible. The money is not coming in from anywhere else, and that means that there's this big hole in the budget in terms of food services for Manchester, because there are people who aren't eligible for free and reduced lunch but need it. So we need to raise the thresholds for food stamps, et cetera. And I think, part of the issue is like when we're talking about dollar stores, they keep their costs very low, in part by, undercutting small businesses, by paying their people so little that they can't afford to shop anywhere else. I mean, if we forced people like the dollar stores to pay a living wage to their employees, then it would make it easier for other small businesses in those towns and in those neighborhoods to compete with them, because their prices would be closer, and the quality would be significantly better. But yes, I thank you for the question about the cliff, and it is definitely something that needs to be thought about. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for introducing this bill. And except for Granger's question, we'll go on to the next one. We have 10 of these, you know. So if this is
I'll
a
keep it quick.
burning
I wrote it
question
down
that
first.
has to be asked,
It has to be asked to the
history of the
Primes
world is
Officer.
dependent upon it. Okay.
So
Go
I
ahead.
believe that you said that 24 hours in New Hampshire, or $24 is the living wage in New Hampshire. Is that correct?
For a single person.
Okay,
yes.
so if that's the case, is it safe to assume that all those who earn less than that per hour are now dead because they haven't earned a living wage?
They're on the way. They're
Okay.
on the way because they can't afford enough to eat. They can't afford a place to live. They're living in their cars. They can't afford health care. So yeah, it's
So
not.
Representative Granger, please. There's no need for an antagonistic question.
I asked the question, she's answering it.
I'm calling it antagonistic.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Very well.
Subject to no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Representative Harrigan.
Did you mean Tim Horrigan?
Yes. Yes, I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan. I am from Stratford County. You may mix me up with Representative Michael Harrington, who's not here today and probably would give a totally different testimony than I'm about to briefly give you. So Representative Timothy Horrigan, Horrigan from Durham.
I just got it.
So,
What's your testimony, sir? Welcome to the committee.
Well, I'm in favor of this bill. The 7.25 federal minimum wage hasn't been raised in many years, and it's probably not going to be raised at the federal level. All right, the way things are going, the federal government, we probably shouldn't expect anything from the federal government. But so I think this is a simple increase, which will make things better for people at the bottom of the pay scale, and it may cause a little bit of a disruption. But I think generally paying working people more is a good thing, and I think businesses can adjust. Something that came up in previous hearings on this bill. I'm not a sponsor of this bill, but I've co-sponsored similar bills in the past. There's the so-called Big Mac Index, which the Economist newspaper magazine puts out every year, and most of those countries in the index have much higher minimum wages than the United States, but the cost of the Big Mac is not dramatically higher in those countries, and that would go for any product or service. Actually, I was in Scotland recently, and there are a number of McDonald's restaurants, even though McDonald's is a American country, not a Scottish country. And I looked at their minimum wage, £12.21 an hour. That's $16.71. And typical price of a Big Mac is about the same in Scotland as in the UK. And those restaurants, they're ubiquitous. They're ubiquitous in the United Kingdom, just like they're ubiquitous in the United States. And if you go to And similarly, if you look at the neighboring states, all of which have higher minimum wages, there's just as many fast food restaurants and other retail businesses as there are here. They're doing just fine. There's some pretty funny examples, like there's a McDonald's and Wendy's right on the state line in Massachusetts, on the wrong side of the state line, where the minimum wage is higher. Of course, that may be because our sales tax on restaurant meals is lower, and we heard about there's many people who commute to Massachusetts. The pay scale is higher in Massachusetts, partially because of the lower minimum wage, partially because of other factors. And of course, people actually amazingly are willing to not just undergo the extra costs of traveling to Massachusetts. Some of them will even pay an income tax. And imagine how desperate somebody has to be to pay an income tax.
So we're talking about minimum wage.
Yes. So
And what else you got?
well, we should rate. I think we should raise it to $7.25 an hour. It's unrealistically low. In fact, there's probably very few people working for minimum wage. Actually, the way I read this bill, this seems to eliminate a lot of the detail about tipped wages and training wages and wages for the disabilities. So I think that would be something the committee should consider at some point as well. So I would say paying people better is a good thing, and And just for the record, I too live in the real world, just like the member over to my left. So, but I have a different viewpoint on it. So,
All right, great.
happy
Any
to take any
questions
questions.
for?
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess I got one. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir, for taking my question. Just one quick question.
Yeah.
You had mentioned the word there will be some disruption.
Yeah.
I just wanted to know what that meant. That's all.
Well, things are changing. It will change things, and one of the things it'll do is raise wages at the lower end of the pay scale. You mentioned, like you mentioned the issue. I think you were going to mention what happens when my supervisor is making less than the new minimum wage. He or she will probably want more money. That's a natural human urge. So probably the solution to that is either is probably to readjust your pay scale. And if you don't readjust your pay scale, some of those workers will vote with their feet and go to another business, because it's unfortunately in the way our economy is structured, it's a lot harder to get a pay. It's a lot easier to get a pay raise if you go to another company rather than try to stay with your own company, because there's a whole thing like the boss. Just because it's always hard to make money. The boss will say, "Gee, we'd really love to pay more, Tim, but we just can't." But and sometimes it's easier to get a raise by making a lateral move somewhere else, and there'll be some of that too. So
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Representative Colcom. Good afternoon, ma'am. Welcome back to the Labor Committee.
Thank
We'd
you,
love to hear your
Mr. Chairman.
testimony.
I miss all of my friends here on labor. I guess I came down at the right time today. This happens to be a bill that's somewhat near and dear to me. So Representative Labrie asked the question about the compressed rates. I would like to speak a little bit regarding my experience. I was an executive with a commercial heating and air conditioning company, and in the state that I was working at, they increased the minimum wages. And we did see exactly what you explained as our rates increased for our entry-level technicians that came in. My seasoned technicians started showing up in my office asking for their pay increase because they felt that they were just devalued. So not only did I have to deal with that, I also had to deal with the fact that we were increasing our costs to all of our customers. So with a $2 million contract base, I now had to increase my labor rates to all of my customers, all of my clients, which were a wide range. They were retail, all the way to doctors, jails, so on. So as our labor rate increased, the wage rate increased, our labor rate to our customers increased. Our cost to buy materials increased because our vendors' labor rates increased, and they had to increase the cost of the materials. And that just spread all the way down. So our overall cost kept increasing. We were passing that increase out to other businesses as well. So their costs were increasing. Well, what's the effect of that? Everything that we're buying is costing more and more because we're increasing our labor rates. So there is a true problem there. The other thing that we need to look at and consider when we increase minimum wage, the union scales also increase with those minimum wages. When you look at the fact that the federal government hasn't increased our minimum wage since 2009, to sit here and hear that New Hampshire hasn't, really the federal government hasn't. We match the federal government. So when you look at places like McDonald's, Wendy's, all the other places that are talked about here, they used to have a dollar menu. I don't think they have a dollar menu anymore. Not only do they not have the dollar menu, when you go in there, you have to place your own order on a machine because we've eliminated jobs and put in machines in place of this. So we are actually removing jobs because we're trying to increase our minimum wage. The problem that we have, there will forever be a minimum wage that's unaffordable. No matter how much we increase it, everything above it will continue to increase. And all we're doing is increasing that gap of people that can't afford to buy because we're not increasing enough. So, chasing this minimum wage that people can afford to live, I think that there are jobs specifically that entrepreneurs start for entry-level people, for people to come in and learn their skills and get into the workplace. And they aren't intended to make a career out of that. The intention is hopefully for them to continue to progress in their career and hopefully gain more out of what they're learning. I personally think that the solution we should be looking at, although I have not put a bill together because the work that goes into it is not something I care to commit, I personally think that we need to, instead of going after the minimum wage, we need to limit the disparity between the highest earner and the lowest earner and somehow close that gap in publicly traded companies and nonprofit companies. Privately held companies, we got to find a different solution for, because I think that there's some people who have privately held companies who have a lot at risk, their livelihood, their houses, their families' education's all at risk, whereas a public entity such as the company that I worked for, they're running profits for their shareholders. So, you know, if we're looking at giving the highest earners in that company the big bonuses, the biggest pays, and then they're exploiting it by hiring a bunch of minimum wage people and not giving them benefits, I think that's a better solution that we should be looking at, rather than trying to chase this minimum wage and increasing it, which is only increasing all of our costs. And if you take the time to look at how many employees are in the hands of everything that we buy and use in our life, that adds up pretty quickly when you start adding on $1 or $2. I can tell you that our labor rate increased quite a bit when we started to see this in that other state. So that's my 2 cents, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has.
Thank you, Representative Colcom.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make you choke there, Chair.
Yeah, no kidding.
Any further questions for Representative Colcom? Representative Murphy.
Turn your mic.
Sorry. Thank you, Representative Colcom, for taking my question. You mentioned cost of materials and other, the wage compression, but I think you forgot about taxes. Did you not have to also pay more in Medicare and Social Security taxes on these employees?
Yes, all of the fringe benefits that come in through the taxes, but also our additional benefits. So our retirement also increased as people were earning more and everything else. So all of the costs associated with the labor, our rate increased as well. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Is it Representative McKenzie?
Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Same here.
So I'm always interested. It's always interesting when you have these conversations. It seems to me that the wages are kind of at the bottom. Let me explain and then ask you this question. When your healthcare costs go up, when your energy costs go up, when the cost to pave the driveway or fuel your vehicles go up, you pay those costs. You don't negotiate necessarily those costs. You pay those costs, correct?
Not 100%. So the paving of the driveway, I can negotiate.
Okay.
My energy costs, I cannot.
So when it
Follow
comes to follow, please. So when it comes to wages themselves, that's where you have the ability to make changes, to control those kinds of things, correct?
Which
Cost?
seat am I sitting in at this one? The employee or the business? Sorry. I just want clarification on where you're talking. Is me as the employee or me as the business owner?
You as a business owner.
Okay, sorry. Yes.
So, sure. So you can control those costs. Everything else you can't control, but you can control the cost of wages.
I would say only to a certain extent. I can control them as far as the market is allowing me to control it. So if my competitors are paying more and I want to find good employees, then I need to come up to where the competitors are pricing. So if all my competitors if we were all on the same playing field and we were all paying minimum wage, then no, right? Because we're all paying minimum wage. But how many people are paid minimum wage in career jobs, you know?
Thank you. Any further questions for Representative Colcom? Representative Carr.
Thanks. I like your idea about taxing the rich. Can you let the feds know that?
Where did I say taxing the rich?
Well, just closing the gap. In other words, something like that. Anyway, that was my interpretation. Sorry about that.
Oh.
So you said raising minimum wage has effect on unions too. Can you tell me how?
The union scale, to my understanding, based off of the commercial industry that I was working in, is tied to minimum wage. So when the minimum wage increases, the base rate for the apprentices and then everybody else also increases accordingly with the minimum wage. I do not know what that percentage is or how that calculation is done. I just know from being part of a union company that they were directly tied together.
Right. Follow up, please. Yeah. So you're right. And I hadn't thought about the apprentice part because in some places, some states, the minimum wage went up so high that it was higher than the lowest apprentice would make. So they definitely had to go along with that. One more follow-up, if I could, please.
Actual question?
Yes, a question this time. I was just
This is
agreeing.
fun. I'm happy to be back.
No, yeah, that's great. So, you know, you mentioned like kiosks in McDonald's or self-pay in grocery stores or anything like that. So, sure, they have less employees, but aren't the prices of everything still going up?
Because the cost for them to buy those goods are still going up. So the rates that we have to pay for the truckers, for the materials and everything to make them, because the minimum wages have increased in other states. Some of these goods are made in those other states. So therefore their cost to produce those goods go up, which means that the cost for these people to buy them to sell in their stores is continuing to go up. So in order for them to keep the price affordable, because we all want the best deal when we go shopping, they're finding other ways to reduce their overhead to keep their store, you know, viable in the area.
Yeah. And just one more, if I could.
Quick follow-up.
So, yeah, just so where does it end then? You know, if I'm not making enough money to buy a couple loaves of bread and a gallon of milk, where does it end?
That's what I meant by there will forever be a minimum wage that we're chasing. There will forever be a minimum wage that is unaffordable. It doesn't matter if we make a minimum wage $100 an hour. Everything else is going to go up. So the cost to plow that apartment, the cost to do the maintenance on that apartment is going to go up because their costs. We're forever chasing this minimum wage to try to make it a living wage and a comfortable living wage. It's not going to happen. And the more we chase it, the more we're making things unaffordable for ourselves. I think we need to, and maybe my solution of closing that disparity between the public and the nonprofits, you know, maybe that's not the right solution, but I just don't, from what we're looking at and how much minimum wage has increased over this country and how much things are costing us today, I don't think this is the right solution to our problem.
Yeah, Representative Granger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vice Chair, I guess now. So, is it perhaps the case that by printing billions and billions of dollars, the value of each individual dollar is much less, and therefore prices go up, including the price of labor? And that perhaps if we don't want to have the price of labor constantly going up and the cost of living constantly going up, we shouldn't print billions and billions of dollars?
Perhaps.
Thank you.
You wave,
I'm
Roger.
here.
Got it.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
I'm here.
Representative Holcomb, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You get 1 point for that.
And
You're
thank
good.
you for the friendly welcome, everybody.
All right. And Representative Schultz.
Can you believe I'm a little nervous after how many times I've already spoken today? A little bit. I promised our ranking Dem, even though he's not here, that I keep it short. I'm going to time myself. Okay. So I care more about this topic than any topic that exists. So to whittle it down, I just want to base it off of 3 key questions. And then if we have time, I've written down some answers to some of the questions that have already been asked. The 3 questions are, what is a granite stater worth? Why does any worker need public assistance? And have you spoken to your constituents? Those are my 3 questions. First, what is a granite stater worth? Rather than comparing us to Arkansas or Kentucky, we have from Representative Staub the rates of pay in all the other New England states. For the sake of argument, let's round up Vermont's, which is the next lowest after ours. Let's say it's double ours. Okay, I'm 8 cents off, but literally every other New England state offers more than double ours or close enough. I would say a granite stater and their time as a worker is worth at least as much as someone as Vermont's, certainly as much as anybody in Maine or Massachusetts and the rest of New England. And I'm so glad that these numbers are laid out in this way. I won't belabor the point. We did begin a discussion about why does any worker need public assistance? I mean, we had this discussion on the floor recently where I felt the discussion was upside down when we talked about paperwork proving all Medicaid recipients prove that they will work if they're able, but everybody has to fill out that paperwork if they're on Medicaid. Shouldn't the question be, why is anyone needing to seek Medicaid, which is really hard to get onto, by the way, and working? No one asked that question that day on either side of the hour. Has it really already been that time? Come on. Well, I guess that really shows I have time blindness. All right, anyway, I'll be quicker. I worked for an interfaith program that worked with the Community Action Program here in 2 counties, including Merrimack, where we're at right now. And literally, this rent assistance program was one time and to prevent homelessness. Everybody that sought one-time rent assistance through this program worked. And that program only gave $900 once. So that to say, there are a lot of people that receive benefits that don't, that work. And then the final is, and the polling data that she handed out is a little out of date. Literally, the majority of Republicans in New Hampshire support having a higher minimum wage than ours. The last poll I saw was supportive of $12 an hour, but I think this one is from 2009. I've seen it as high as over 50% of rank and file Republican voters in New Hampshire. Republicans support 15 or higher. I can track that down if you want. So that gets to the talk to your constituents. It is very popular at the national level and locally in New Hampshire. Republicans are just as likely to support wanting a higher minimum wage than $7.25 an hour as the average Democrat. And I will leave it at that since I promised to try to be brief, but I do have answers to a few of the other questions that were raised. Oh, one other, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. There's actually no worker that can earn legally less than minimum wage. The wages that, and I'm sure Representative Avalani can back me up on this one, that the tipped wage workers still have to make at least as a minimum, the minimum wage, that their official in New Hampshire is, I think it's $3.90 an hour. Thank you, 27 cents an hour. And that was almost the bill I did, but I dropped it at the last second just to keep it to this. Literally all workers are supposed to make as a bare minimum, the minimum wage. And the only ones that do are people paid under the table.
All right, any questions for Representative Schultz, Representative Avalani?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were a co-sponsor of this bill. I should have asked the sponsor. Did you mean to remove all of Section 21 or just have a part of Section 21? Because as this reads, it replaces the entire Section 21, which includes tipped wages.
You did mean to exclude tipped wages, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to change the tipped wage section.
Yeah, I had filed a bill at the same time for the same bill that was tabled last year that would have gotten rid of the tipped wage, to have no tipped wage. I mean, no sub-minimum wages in New Hampshire, but at the last minute, seeing how many hundreds and hundreds of bills that were filed, I decided not to and to just keep it to this. Would be happy to amend the bill.
Follow up?
Please.
Actually, it reads that you are replacing everything in Section 21 with just this section.
If that's true, it's an error and we can fix it. But, should we vote to approve this bill, we certainly can also send it with an amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing Representative Drago's question, go for it.
Not a question. I just want to clarify. I wasn't questioning why workers would be on government benefits. I was actually questioning the data the previous speaker had said that higher minimum wage takes people off benefits. I want to see that data because in the real world, I actually see the exact opposite.
Well, I can tell you, first of all, the number of cliffs that someone can fall off of also includes Social Security, and that creates a whole other level of complications. If you earn over the certain amount, if you're on Social Security, you actually cause a lot of problems with receiving that benefit. I hope nobody wants a worker to be paid so poorly that they have to get food assistance for themselves and their children, or rent assistance or anything else. And that is something I would love to work with any Republican on, because I haven't met a Republican yet, lawmaker, who likes it that any worker is on public assistance. So I respect I'm sorry if I misstated what you were saying, but I think at the essential level, can say that is a difficulty. And I don't believe any other New England state has that issue, but I can look into that too.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Appreciate
you.
it. Could I have Alan Raff, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Alan Raff. I'm the representative from the New Hampshire AFL-CIO, and I'm here to support House Bill 1484 today. Even though our organization and its membership are not affected by this, we believe that when we all do better, we all do better. The New Hampshire AFL-CIO advocates for the well-being of all workers, not just its members. Reestablishing a state minimum wage helps protect non-union workers who lack the bargaining power that our members have, which reduces exploitation on the job while promoting basic fairness across the workplace. My brothers and sisters in organized labor support policies that affirm the dignity of work, and reestablishing a minimum wage sends a clear signal that full-time work should be able to meet your basic standards of living, help you keep the lights on in your house, make sure that you can provide health care, food for your family. And we believe that this bill complements collective bargaining. It doesn't replace the idea of collective bargaining. And lastly, I think reestablishing a minimum wage is also a way to keep people in New Hampshire, especially young workers and young families, when they decide to stay in the state because they can make more money. I think that that helps us out generally, economically speaking. So for these reasons, we ask you to support HB 1484. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, any questions? Representative McKenzie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Rath, for coming before. So if you look at if you look at the figures, 26% of the people in the state of New Hampshire earn less than $25,000, less than $50,000. Average wage is about $65,000. So what do people do when they are $16,000 behind the curve in terms of trying to make a living? What are people doing in the economy right now?
Well,
to close that gap?
I think it's tough to give a general answer, but I think what ends up happening is they end up not paying for things that all of us are probably able to pay for. I think there's healthcare visits that they don't take, doctor's appointments that they don't take. They're not buying new shoes for their kids. They're not buying them supplies. They're cutting back on things that we consider essential, probably everybody in this room, and they're not able to keep up with that. And also, some of them go into extreme debt because they are able to take out loans where they're actually not going to be able to pay them back, which hurts them further economically.
Thank you. Is it safe to say that there are many people working 2 or 3 jobs to close this gap?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Raff. Appreciate you coming
Thank
in
you,
and
Mr. Chairman.
testifying. David Trumbull. Welcome, sir. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. I'm David Trumbull. I'm from the town of Ware. My affiliation is just myself. I'm a small business owner, but I support this bill for 3 reasons. First is the question of dignity. The K-shaped economy basically is the presenter of the bill said 60% of our economy is being paid for by 20% of the people at the top. This bill would say, let's help the people at the bottom. There was a study done by Oxfam that looked at New Hampshire specifically, and it said that 130,000 workers in New Hampshire would benefit by raising the federal minimum wage. 20% of women in this state who are working earn less than $17 an hour, and they make up the bulk of the state's child care workforce and elder care workforce, and they are struggling to care for their own families. The majority of low-wage earners are adults over 20. This is not teenagers. These are people who have kids at home, and as you said, are working 2 or 3 jobs and still struggling to make ends meet. And as to how do they do this, they are food insecure. The New Hampshire Food Bank did a study that said more than 135,000 New Hampshire residents are food insecure. That means they don't know where their next meal is coming from. 130,000 would benefit from raising the minimum wage. 130,000 are food insecure. They're the same people. These are people whose children don't know what they're going to have for dinner tonight, or they feed their kid and they don't eat themselves. The second is, what about small businesses? Actually, better wages reduces turnover because you don't have to keep replacing workers all the time. The Cornell University Center for Hospitality Research said that the cost of the average turnover, this is for restaurant, is about $6,000 per worker. So if you're not turning people over, you're saving money. So that small business is going to be better off. And there's numerous studies, I'll turn in some written testimony over 20 and 30 years that show that this is how employers deal with a minimum wage. And all the other states that have done this, they reduce turnover. That's how they save money. And the third thing is that a minimum wage actually helps your economy grow. Go back to the K-shaped economy. If people at the bottom of the wage scale have more money, that's going to generate more economic activity in your area. I'll turn in this study. One 10-year study found that actually those states with minimum wage increases had better business trends than those that did not. Another 37-year study looked at 138 state-level minimum wage increases from 1979 to 2016 and found no evidence of disemployment. And another study indicated that those states that had minimum wage increases in the hospitality and leisure sectors ended up having more industry-wide growth than they did in other states. So it just makes sense. If you get more money going to people, they're going to spend it. They're not going to sit on that money. They're not going to save it. They're going to spend it on food and clothing and essentials. That's going to help your local economy. It's not going to hurt your small businesses. Workers are going to stay with those small businesses. It's a matter of human dignity. Everybody who works hard should at least be able to afford the basics. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I appreciate you coming in.
You're welcome.
Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Lois Numby, please.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you to the chair, and my name is Lois Numbi, and I'm representing myself. Thank you to the chair and the committee members for your care and attention. My name is Lois Numbi, and I do not know many things, but I know that I am not living a life that I can afford. These past few years, whenever I have conversations with my peers, expenses are always part of the conversation. We talk about wanting to do things, not being able to afford them. And I have been living without my parents for the last 10 years, which means that I have had to rely on myself for many different things. I constantly feel restricted because of my finances, and I'm always debating which bills I have to delay because I honestly cannot afford them all. I would love to maybe one day have a house or kids, but I also wonder if I will be able to afford these things that I'm hoping for. Many of the people that I graduated with, many people that I graduated with still struggle to find jobs till this day, and I graduated in 2022. I'm always scared of getting sick just because of the cost, and I don't think that it is a way to live. Life keeps becoming more expensive, and wages are not keeping pace. I know that raising the minimum wage won't solve all the problems, but if we can somehow alleviate the financial burden that I and many other people feel, please consider it. You were once my age, hoping and wanting things, so I hope and I'm begging to consider raising the minimum wage. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your courage and for coming in and talking to us. Do we have any questions? Representative McKenzie.
So my sense is your testimony, you feel stuck. And can you say, why is it that you are in this position? Why can't you? I mean, we heard from employers are looking for people all the time. What prevents you from getting out of this place that you're in?
So at the moment, I don't know how stuck I feel, but like I graduated college in 2022, and I was only able to find a job that has to do with my major last year, by the end of last year, and a lot of people that I graduated with still can't find jobs because once you graduate, even if you do not have a good job, you still have to pay for your student loans and all these different things. Life is still moving, but life is not waiting for you to find the perfect job or to find to settle. It's not waiting for you, it's still moving, but we're still getting paid the same thing. So I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking about, but yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you mind my asking where you work, what job you found, and what, maybe a ballpark, what they pay you?
So at first I was working. I was working at Dartmouth Hospital for a year. Then after that, I ended up finding a job with AFSC, and I started in September, which is also like part of a union, and I'm getting paid a salary. But at the same time, I do think that's what everybody deserves. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate it. And Viola Katsumi.
Thank you, Chair, and the members of the House Committee. For the record, my name is Viola Katsime, and I'm here representing the Grand State Organizing Project, also known as GSOP. We are a multi-faith nonprofit organization that is really working to make sure that human dignity is at the center of everyone in New Hampshire. I'm here to express our support for HB 1484. One may ask, why do we need to raise the minimum wage? As the numbers that have been referenced earlier, we have about 4,000 workers that are making $7.25 an hour or less. We have about 8,000 workers that are making $10 an hour, 16,000 workers making $12 an hour, 43,000 workers making $15 an hour, and about 91,000 workers making less than $17 an hour. When the federal minimum wage was established in 1938 as part of the Fair Labor Standards Act, it was to ensure that every person that worked full-time had a decent quality of life. And we know that over the decades that has eroded, but productivity has gone up. The cost of living hasn't stayed the same. A recent analysis by New Hampshire Fiscal Policy states that 3 out of the 4 renters with incomes below $35,000 a year were cost burdened by housing during the 2020 to 2024 period. The MIT living wage calculator that was referenced earlier as well states that a single adult with no children would need to make about $24 an hour to meet basic needs. So we, in New Hampshire, we talk about living free. We are live free or die state. But what does really freedom mean to us? What is really freedom if you can't afford to pay rent? What is really freedom if you can't afford to put food on the table? So I'm just going to really put perspective into like the numbers we've had by sharing a story of one of the workers that couldn't be here today. She's a young adult. She works in childcare, and we had today earlier about how jobs will be replaced, but these are people in the care industry that are taking care of our kids. So she works in the childcare industry. She makes $14 an hour. She works 40 hours a week, and that comes about to $560 a week, about $2,042.26 a month, over $29,000 a year. She's a professional. She's taking care of 3- and 4-year-olds. I have a 4-year-old, and I know how much work it takes. The ratio of students to teachers has actually increased. So 2 teachers for 16 kids. That's a lot of work if you have any grandkids or kids yourselves. The rent for her 2-bedroom where she lives is $2,050. She shares this with her fiance and a roommate. We're not including utilities in this cost for rent. The cost for gas is around $200 a month, so that comes up to $66 per person in that apartment. Electricity is $180. That comes to $60 for her. Her car payment is $170 a month. Her words that she told me, I'm quoting her. It says, "The economy is eating us alive." She has to work an extra job as a retail sales associate. She gets paid $12.90 an hour. So the paycheck that she gets from that is about $300. So she told me that occasionally she has to look for a place to live. She would like to have a place with her fiance, not have to have a roommate. But she cannot afford to find a place that she can afford right now. A studio apartment in Manchester is around $1,300 a month. Groceries for her cost around $200 every 2 weeks. So this is the reality of people. So when we're talking about people that are working, even we had about, no one is making $7 an hour, but there are people making $12 an hour that are able to make ends meet, $13 an hour, $14 an hour, $15 an hour. So that I just wanted to share that story. And she went further to share about her grandparents. Her grandfather is 70 years old. He should be retired, but he's working full time, even with a bad knee. Her mother is staying in the same house as her grandparents to help pay the rent. So again, this is not just only affecting young families, it's affecting our senior citizens who should be retiring and enjoying their last years of life, but they're here working. Why? Because the cost of living is high, and again, the pays are not keeping up with inflation. So I just want to say that it doesn't matter how strong our communities are. It doesn't matter how beautiful our nature is or how safe our streets are. If people can't afford to live in New Hampshire, what are we doing here? So as lawmakers, I want to urge you to really consider passing this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your compelling testimony. I appreciate you coming in. Do you have any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you, ma'am. I
Thank you.
appreciate it. And Dr. Kinney, ma'am. Welcome back. If you can
Thank you.
please state your name and affiliation, we'd love to hear your testimony.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here again. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the hard work and the care that goes into the work that you do. So thank you. So for the record, my name is Gail Kinney. I am a pastor with the United Church of Christ, and I am speaking on behalf of the whole denomination today. The United Church of Christ, many people in New Hampshire just know us as the Congregationalists. We are the largest Protestant denomination in New Hampshire. There are 139 United Church of Christ congregations throughout the state, in every corner of the state. 12 years ago, in response to the fact that the legislature had removed the minimum wage statute off the books, so in response to that, the United Church of Christ adopted a resolution urging the legislature to reinstate the New Hampshire minimum wage. And so we've been coming before you every year since then, so the removal happened in 2011. We've been coming to you on behalf of the whole denomination since 2014, just sharing our concerns. So meanwhile, the New Hampshire continues to default to the federal $7.25 an hour minimum wage. So every year we've heard sort of responses or questions saying, well, nobody in New Hampshire makes $7.25. So, what does this even matter? Well, according to economic statistics, 4,000 people in New Hampshire do make that level. But what I am here to sort of implore all of you to think about is the 16,000 people who are making under $12 an hour in New Hampshire, and the 91,000 people who are currently making under $17,000 a year. Neither wage level is enough to help people to survive. The other thing that we heard regularly is, well, the minimum wage is just meant to be a wage for teenagers or other entry-level workers in sort of low-wage jobs until they get a little experience. But the reality or the concept of the minimum wage, going back to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was sort of the architect of the concept, he made very clear at the beginning that what he was saying and what public policy was saying at the time in the 1930s about what a minimum wage was meant to be, he said it is the wage below which we should not go as a civil society. It is the wage that is meant to be a wage of decent living. So that's the concept of what the minimum wage is intended to be. And his words were, I don't mean a subsistence wage, I mean a wage for decent living. And so again, this is meant to be a floor below which no civilized state should go in terms of honoring work, meaning that all work has dignity and all work should be appropriately compensated. So according to statistics from several years ago, and these numbers have gone up since then, the average age of a worker in New Hampshire who would be impacted by this bill, 35 years of age. 90% of the people who would be impacted by this bill are not teenagers. And then these numbers are a couple years old and they've increased, but about 60% are female who would be impacted by this bill. Again, about approximately 60% are full-time workers as opposed to part-time workers, so working about generally about a 40-hour week. And about 30% have children. And I think that those percentages I just have gone up even in the last couple of years since since these numbers were available. My point, we need the jobs that are being done by those 91,000 people or the 16,000 that are earning under $12 an hour now. They're the people who care for our kids, our youngest kids. They're the people who care for the oldest people in New Hampshire and do so many other jobs that we value. We don't want to send them away. We don't want them running to other jobs. I don't want to say to the people that are caring for our youngest children or our oldest citizens who need the work, go work at McDonald's because you can make more. I want them to stay at the jobs that they're in that we desperately need in order to be a caring society in this state. And in order to do that, we have to set a wage floor. And I have to believe that every single person on this committee cares about those people, those 91,000, and cares about those jobs. And so we would implore you again, as the United Church of Christ in New Hampshire, to consider those people, consider who will be impacted, consider what kind of a state we want to be morally and fiscally, and we urge you then to find this bill ought to pass. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you again for joining us. I appreciate your testimony. Do we have any questions, Representative McKenzie?
It's been a long day, so,
Ma'am, would you mind taking a question?
Oh,
yeah. Thank you. So Gail, Reverend, we've known each other a long time. And you've been involved in workforce development for a number of years. That's what you've done. You're in the faith community. You're an activist. What do we need to do to close this gap that's existing in the state of New Hampshire? This is one tool. What are the other tools that we need to put forward to help? If it's not the minimum wage, then what do we do? This growing gap between the rich and the poor.
That is a national, societal, moral problem. That we have unfortunately started to devalue many of the jobs that we need the most in order to be a thriving society and a thriving state. And so to re-recognize the value of work and the dignity of work and understanding that all work needs to be fairly compensated at certain levels is sort of one tool. Another tool is to address what the representative previously mentioned, the growing gap between the people at the top and the people at the bottom needs to be compressed again, so that the lowest wage workers that businesses, that for-profit entities rely on to drive their profits is recognized and valued as well. So there's wage policy, there are other economic policies. We should also, make sure that we invest in training, in apprenticeships and other training, so that people at the lowest levels also have an opportunity to move up. But this is a societal problem, and I wish I had an answer. I wish I could give you a quick question, but this is one tool, and we are imploring you to use this tool right now.
Okay, thank you again, ma'am. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Now, can we have David Hett, please? H-E-T-T?
That'll work. Hold.
Okay.
Hello. Thank you for letting me testify here. My name's David Holt. I was born here in New Hampshire on a small dairy farm and apple orchard, so a business. I apologize. My testimony might be a little bit disjointed because it's totally changed while I was sitting here. So first off, I'd just like to call out some of the gaslighting that's going on. We are, as Mr. McKenzie said, experiencing the largest wealth gap, I think, ever in the world. And it's because we have a rigged system by the wealthy who are manipulating our legislative system. Both this...
Okay, so Mr. Holt,
Yes?
we're not going to disparage folks in our testimony.
No.
All right, we don't know. I know for a fact that no one has paid me a penny outside of the $100 I get a year from this state. Okay, and by making the assertion that the people sitting around this table are somehow being paid to do something, I take offense to that. So if you would like to refrain from such testimony, I would appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Okay. So there are both the state and the federal legislative bodies have been cutting taxes on the wealthy for decades. When at the same time we have people out there like Elon Musk that are making that are worth $780 billion, and I don't know if people really can't wrap their heads around $1 billion. There shouldn't be billionaires. He's well on his way to becoming a trillionaire. Bezos, another billionaire, just spent $50 million on his wedding. It's unbelievable. We have seen no wage increases since the 70s, and I have been working aware of the minimum wage issues that we have for decades. And I can remember Governor Lynch actually testifying that one of the things that businesses coming to New Hampshire, they're not looking for cheap labor. They're looking for education. They're looking for roads. They're looking for infrastructure on deciding to come here. However, a lot of our youth are going other places because they can't get a decent job here and they want to work somewhere else. Over those decades that we've been dealing with low wages, one of the arguments that people keep giving is that, well, they just need to get a better job. Well, we've been telling them that for decades. I think some of them have gotten better jobs, but there's other people that are falling into it. If, as Dr. Kinney said, that if there is a job, the person should be able to earn something that's going to give them dignity and respect and to be able to survive off that job. So it makes me wonder, and I don't think I've ever seen a study as to why there are people that fall into this category, but I think a good assumption is that they are some of our most vulnerable people. That is why we have government. That is why you folks are elected, is to protect the most vulnerable among us. And that's what we need to do. And one step towards doing that is to raise the minimum wage. So, and again, part of the problem is that there's a huge problem with the entire system of what's going on right now. We have these people that are billionaires, millionaires, that we've never seen before. Growing up, I was saying that I was born to a small family business. In that, some years we made less, and we had to actually scrape by on very little money because we had the buck stopped with my father, and so he wanted to keep employees because, as been said, there's a huge cost for turnover, but he also had a personal moral obligation to those people, which doesn't exist anymore for the most part. Most of the companies that are out there are these huge corporations, goes up to a board, they talk about fiscal responsibility to the shareholders. Nobody is responsible. And we've got people, as we said before, that yes, they're dying. There are people that are sleeping in their cars. There are people that are avoiding or not taking medical prescriptions or going to the doctor. It is a rigged and corrupt system that is basically using human capital as a gristmill to feed the wealthy, so that we have these people that are making $780 billion, which just doesn't make any sense. So again, I go back to this is just one thing. I know that there is a lot more that needs to be done, but if we could just make sure that people aren't living in their cars and dying. Oh, and I actually would like to ask the sponsor of the bill if the $24 an hour that she quoted, does that include retirement funds? Because again, Social Security is below a living wage as well, and some of those people on a fixed income are some of the poorest people that we have in the state. So we're expected to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and not only do all that, when again, everything is rigged. I don't know if any of you have recently had banking issues where they're basically rigged for the poor. The poor end up paying overdraft fees. People buy cheap shoes, so they have to buy shoes every couple of years, whereas if you were able to buy a nice pair of shoes that lasts you for 20 years or whatever, it's a rigged system all the way around. I can't explain it enough. So we need to actually do the job of the government and protect the vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Seeing no questions, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you talking to us. And last but certainly not least is April Richer. Ma'am, come on in. Thank you. Pleasure seeing you again.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for their time, and much like last week, I tried to make sure I respected your time by listening to what people had to share already so that I wasn't continuing to give the same information. So I apologize. Be patient with me. I made a lot of notes while I was sitting here. Again, my name is April Richer. I am a 17-year Teamster. I work at UPS. I am a city councilor in the city of Dover, New Hampshire, and I am also a member of the American Friends Service Committee. I work in economic justice and specifically work with faith leaders throughout this state who care deeply for the economic challenges of New Hampshire residents and are fully in support of the minimum wage bill that's proposed today. Something that's been brought up several times in this hearing is the real world. And I want to talk about the real world. Currently, right now, the greatest amount of people in the state of New Hampshire on food stamps are between the age of 18 and 59 years old. 55% of New Hampshire residents are paying more than 50% in towards their housing. Only 15% of residents in the state of New Hampshire can afford to buy a home. And as we've already heard several times today, it takes more than $35 an hour to be able to afford a rental unit in the state of New Hampshire. And currently, as it stands right now, we have less than one worker per open position in the state of New Hampshire. So we can't fill the positions that we currently have open. And the greatest population of working people in the state of New Hampshire are between the ages of 55 and 64 years old, which means in the next 10 years, 200,000 people in the state of New Hampshire will be in retirement or possibly still working part-time. Now, I know I said this already, but I work at UPS. I've worked there for 17 years and held a full-time job in addition to that for 17 years. I have, for most of my adult life, held at least 2 jobs. Currently, I have 3 jobs. And part of that is by my own decisions, but mostly because of that, I have stability when I work at UPS. I have a union contract, which means that I have health care and pension benefits. That is a guarantee to me. I have never had to change my health care provider. I've never had to worry when I've taken my kids to the emergency care at night. I know what my benefits are every single day. I don't ever have to worry about it. And if I have a problem, I call my union hall and somebody helps me figure it out. That is not the reality for most people who live in this state. And I see these people as a city councilor walk up to the podium just like I am coming to you, saying that they don't know what to do. I had a 19-year-old young man come in front of city council last year to say he has been an adult for a full year, and it is extremely hard, and he does not know what to do. He doesn't know how he's going to live the rest of his life because right now he is drowning. And I witness people every day who are drowning and are working 2 and 3 jobs. I work with people every single morning. We get up at 2, go to work between 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning, unless it's Christmas, then we're there at midnight. We work 9 hours, and then they go on to their other jobs. And partially they do that because they have the sustainability of a job. They know that they have employment, they have healthcare, and they have pension benefits. But as we know, UPS also lays off people. They just are about to lay off 30,000 people. This is a company that makes billions of dollars a year and has. When the pandemic hit, I was working 6 days a week, more than 12 hours a day, in addition to my second job. I can go on and talk about the reasons why I think this bill is really important. But I think the basic principle of this is that all workers deserve dignity. All workers, my hour, your hour, your hour, your employees' hours, all deserve dignity. The value between workers' hourly wage is huge. The discrepancy is huge. And I would like to see this bill passed because we need to get moving towards a dignity that, a respect for workers and dignity for all. And I want to say something about this idea of getting people off assistance. It takes more than 30 days to get on assistance, if you're lucky. So if you're a seasonal employee, possibly working at a landscaper in the state of New Hampshire, you're making about $35,000 a year. You're probably laid off for a significant amount of that time. So risking your benefits is not because you're greedy or you want to suck off the system. It's because it's too risky to lose the essential things such as housing, health care, and food for your families. It's a risk for most people to decide to change jobs. That means you have to risk possibly not being able to feed your children or put sneakers on them. That doesn't seem reasonable, and it doesn't seem like the state that I grew up in. When I ran for city council, the reason why I wanted to run for city council is because I grew up in a town that cared about each other. I watched people who were butchers and making very little in town, but taking in other people because it was important to care for our community members. And that stuck with me. And I can't imagine that this bill won't pass. We have gone for this bill to pass for several years now, and it always blows my mind because when I sat through the hearing in 2023, I heard legislators say that New Hampshire didn't need to have a minimum wage because employers would do the right thing. I want to think that's true. I really do. And I think there are employers that are really doing the right thing, but there's also employers who are taking advantage of the fact that the minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. And there's also many employers throughout this country who are taking advantage of workers for their own selfish reasons. And I know that doesn't apply to everybody. But there's certainly no reason, if Granite Staters and the employers are going to do the right thing, there's no reason why we shouldn't just help them along, because I haven't seen it happen yet. I've only seen the opposite. People are struggling and they're drowning in just regular everyday expenses. And we know that's true. And I hope that you will do the right thing and pass this minimum wage bill, because it's really important that you say the right thing to people right now when they are drowning in their housing expenses. And when we have young people leaving, it's a serious need. So I hope you take it seriously. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bridger. We have one question.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's $35 to survive with a rent, to afford a rental unit. This. It's $25 for a living wage. My question is very simple. If those are the numbers, why are we chasing $17? I need to know that. If the bar is here, here, and here, why, and maybe that's for the prime, but why are we here at 17 if it's not going to solve the problem? And I think the pushback historically may come from this may not be the right answer. And I understand, and I've heard everything you said, and I respect every corner of it. I'm just trying to tell you from this side of the table, if you come out and told us that the number's 35 to rent, 25 to survive, and then you ask for a scale from 12 to 17, mathematically, it just doesn't make sense. So I wonder, is this more psychological or is this more economical? And maybe that's for the prime or whoever would like to take it. Thank you.
Well, certainly I didn't write this bill, and if I did, I would certainly have asked for more money because I can't imagine giving up my time for $7.25 an hour. I mean, I have 2 children that I absolutely adore, and every day when I go to my 3 jobs, I consider what that means for my relationship with them and whether it's worth it. I have 18 years with these 2 children. After that, who knows? And I need to make sure that I'm telling them the right thing, whether it's by my words or my actions. And at the end of the day, they're going to know that mom worked really hard. But they might not know me. They might not have had the time that they've wanted with me. I might not be there when they're sick, which is the reality for most of my coworkers. And the fact of the matter is we know what the divorce rate is in the state of New Hampshire, so most of our coworkers are doing this by themselves. I luckily have a loving husband at home who doesn't have to work the same hours that I do. So we've spent most of our relationship with our children offsetting our hours so that we could care for them and somebody could be there when they were sick. People do deserve more money, but the fact of the matter is we're not going to fix anything with a $35 an hour minimum wage. You're right, because greed is greed. And people are going to want to have their luxury yachts and their Rolls Royces and their whatever it is that they think the money will buy. And that's not the point. The Granite State employees like myself, they're not asking for a yacht. They're not asking for a brand new car. They're asking for a minimum wage that serves some dignity for them. I mean, you can't go to Starbucks and not spend $7 on a coffee. And you're telling me that an hour of somebody's time is worth less than a Starbucks coffee? When I was, when I had, my children were very small, I for the first time, because I was raised in a family that believed in, you just worked harder. You just work harder. I watched my dad do it. If he wanted to take us on vacation, he took on another job, and he was a business owner in New Hampshire, and he employed over 40 people for most of that 40 years that he had a business. But he didn't put his wants on his employees. He got another job. So if we wanted to take a vacation, he got another job to make sure he could afford to take us somewhere. So I believe this idea that like we just have to work harder, right? And for the first time when I was in my 30s, having had 2 jobs my entire life in high school, from the time I started working when I was 11. So for a long time, I believed this idea that all I had to do is just work harder. And I witnessed somebody say, well, you know, look at Jeff Bezos. He's got this nice yacht. Isn't that wonderful? And I said, it's not wonderful. It's greedy. And he said, well, he just works hard. And I thought, well, you're right. He does. And for the first time, somebody turned around and said, you think when April gets up at 2:00 in the morning to go in and schlep boxes for people that she's not working hard? You think her hour is worth less than what Jeff Bezos' hour means? It doesn't. And this idea that my value or somebody working at McDonald's or somebody working in a landscape company is less valuable than anybody else is just ridiculous. It's just an idea that we've gotten in our heads and people believe. And we continually to put this on low-wage workers that they're just not working hard enough or they haven't gotten the education that they need. I tell you what, I've seen some pretty educated people who don't have a degree take apart all kinds of machinery so that the employer can get by, so that they don't have to buy a new truck or they don't have to buy a new trailer, or they don't have to buy a new piece of equipment. I witnessed that over and over and over again. And those people who are band-aiding most of these employers' expenses don't get any credit for it, and they're continually told that they're not good enough because they don't have something. I'm asking you to please just show them some dignity. That's all they want. We all know what's going on with the economy. We all know how expensive it is. We all know what's happening in the state with housing. And to deny people minimum wage that isn't even enough to have a rental apartment. There's just no reason. It's just a yes. That's all you have to do is vote yes. Give the dignity to the workers. Give them something. There's no reason. There's absolutely no reason. Businesses are not going to leave the state. They're not going to close their doors. They're not going to stop coming to the state for $12 an hour. It's an
Representative
easy
King,
yes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rich. There's another question if you don't mind.
Sure.
Right, Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, ma'am, for taking my question. You've been at this for a long time, and you're aware of the history here, and we haven't been able to raise the minimum wage to even 10, let alone 15 or 17. Would it seem really unreasonable to be asking for 25 or 35 in this environment?
I think it's about optics. I'm assuming that's why that wasn't the minimum wage that was given in this bill. It's about optics. It's about outrage. We seem to be outraged about these things. I just recently spent time with the Starbucks workers, and when I was standing with them outside, they weren't asking for some crazy amount of things. They were asking for what equated to less than 1 day's profit at Starbucks. And we're talking about 650 stores. 1 day's profit, not much. And people would say, why do you think you deserve it? Why do you think you deserve it? Well, sure, that's a question you could ask, but why does the CEO make 6,000 times the average Starbucks worker? That means the average Starbucks worker has to work 6,000 days to equate to 1 day of the CEO's pay. He's not even making the coffee. They're not saving lives here. So why is nobody outraged by that? My CEO makes 450 times the average UPS worker. Why? Why isn't anybody outraged by that? The Starbucks CEO just got full authorization to fly on the private jet all he wants because he's afraid for his safety. First of all, that's a fictional safety. And if you are concerned that you're unsafe because you're treating your employees poorly, then maybe you should treat them well.
I agree. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, ma'am, thanks for coming in again. I appreciate it. Seeing no more testimony and no more comments from the committee, I'm adjourning the session on HB 1484. Thank you, everyone. So we'll meet again next week for executive session at 10 a.m. on Tuesday. We will be executing all remaining bills, so we'll be executing 5 bills. Republicans will have a caucus at 7 p.m. on Monday. President Leclerc. Do we have the blue, Representative Drago, do we have the blue sheet? The blue sheet for these 3 bills, please.
Hey, Brian, you take a look at that email. I will. Yep. So much better.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, and for HB 1188, it was 4 in favor of and 1 opposed. For HB 1705, it was
Mark, what was that for?
7 in favor And for HB 1484, 2467, 4 and 2 against.
Give us the blurb, Mark.
You can look those up. I don't have them right in front of me.
Yeah, the legislative email.
Hey, Mr. Allen. Hey, can you give this to Robin, please? She asked me to give that to her like that.
Okay.
It's,
Anything else you need?
do you need anything?
I don't know. Good. See you
We're
tomorrow.
good.
Yes, I'll see you
Thanks,
tomorrow.
buddy.
If I want to make a change, I can. Oh, yeah. Cool with that.
Okay,
Mr. Bishop. Yeah.
Tim, I need
I think
the,
it's good. I might just.
I don't know if Brian's gonna be able to do his blurbs.
Thank you for doing this, Brian. Appreciate it.
I'll do it. He was still making an
Appreciate
If you can just get in touch with him, if it's tomorrow morning, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
We can go and submit it to the.
Yep.
Let me just verify. So Brian,
Absolutely. All right, thanks. Yep. Thank you.
Flanagan, Sullivan,
What's your?
Schultz, and McKay.